Good afternoon. I'd like to call this meeting to order, the San Jose City Council meeting for August 13th, 2013. We will start with invocation. The Vice Mayor will introduce our invocator.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. It is with great pleasure that I welcome Father Francisco Rios from Our Lady of Refuge Church for today's invocation. Father Rios is a well-known pastor in our community. He worked at different churches, including St. Maria Goretti, St. Leo the Great, Star of the Sea, and now at Our Lady of Refuge Church. Father Rios is also a member of the Community Chaplaincy Program. I'd like to thank him for all his service with our community over the years and welcome him with us here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to be here. I have a short reflection from a book called God Always Has a Plan B. Before anything can be planted, the soil must be ready. We must allow the softening march of God's forgiveness to give air and breath to the soil of our hearts. Prejudice taught in our childhood or imposed by our society must be released. Fear must be replaced by trust, and suspicion by childlike hope and acceptance. These changes in the soil will not come easily or without sweat, but any good gardener knows that preparing the soil is the most important of all labors. It gives the seeds a chance to grow and eventually to exhibit all that is hidden in its complex genetic structure. So we pray to God, asking from Him wisdom, guidance, strength, and the grace for all the leaders in our community to always work for the best for the common good in our city of San Jose. We ask for this in Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Father. Please now stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll be joined in the pledge today by Boy Scout troops number 282 and 262. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Our next item would be the orders of the day. I just want to let everybody know that I'm going to take the ALP contract, item 3.12, to be heard with the other employee contract items, which are 3.6 through 3.9. So we'll take that out of order. Any other changes from the printed agenda? We have a motion to approve the orders. Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor, and forgive me for not asking either staff or yourself on the Rules Committee decision to refer the 6.1 item to Airport Competitive Committee. Just understanding a little bit more of the thought behind that decision.
Which
6.1, the audit of taxi service.
Okay. That was, it wasn't ready to come to the council. And before it comes to the council, we wanted to go to the Airport Competitiveness Committee, but basically it was when staff is ready to make a recommendation, we would bring it to the council. They're not sure exactly when that's going to be.
Okay, thank you.
We have a motion to approve the orders of the day. On the orders, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Orders are approved. Closed session report, City Attorney.
Yes, we were given authority to file an appeal in the city versus county case. Vote was unanimous, and that will proceed accordingly.
We'll now take up the ceremonial items. I'd like to start by inviting Councilor KANSEN to join me at the podium as we present a proclamation declaring August 15th as South Korean Independence Day in the city of San Jose. And we'll be joined by some representatives from the Korean and Korean American community.
Thank you. As you can see, we have a number of people joining us here at the podium. Today we are going to issue a proclamation that is declaring the 15th day of August as South Korean Liberation Day here in the city of San Jose. August 15th is known on the Korean calendar as Gwangbokjeol, and hopefully I pronounced that correctly, or Restoration of Light Day. It commemorates two significant events in Korean history. First, in 1945, Korea was liberated from the Japanese occupation at the end of World War II. The liberation ended 35 years of Korea being denied its customs, culture, symbols, and language. 3 years later, on the 15th of August, 1948, the South Korean government was created and Syngman Rhee was sworn in as the first president of the Republic of Korea. As we all know, the U.S. and South Korea have had a close relationship following the establishment of the South Korean government. And here in San Jose, we are very fortunate to have a very large Korean American community. We also are home here in San Jose and throughout the valley to a number of Korean-owned businesses. We all know that just in the last year or so, Samsung has decided to expand its presence here in San Jose, and the U.S. headquarters for Samsung newly built headquarters is being built in North San Jose. In my district, we're very fortunate to have the headquarters for the Silicon Valley Korean American Federation. They play a very important role in the Korean community of assisting new immigrants, promoting Korean culture to the Bay Area, and helping the Korean community through education, training, cultural, and social services. This is the first time that we here in San Jose are recognizing the Korean Independence Day. However, it's not the first celebration that we've had with the Korean American community. Last year we had our first flag raising here at City Hall. I'm happy to say that this year we are going to have our second flag raising, and we are doing it to align with the Korean custom where homes and businesses display the national flag during this important time in their history. So this Thursday at 10 a.m., I invite all of you and everybody, the millions of people that we know watch council meetings at home on their TV, to come join us here on the plaza in front of City Hall as we have a short ceremony and raise the Korean flag over the city of San Jose City Hall. So now I'd like to introduce Joseph Na. He is the president of the Silicon Valley Korean American Federation. And Joseph, the mayor is going to present you a proclamation, and then you'll have an opportunity to address us.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Go ahead, we'll take some more pictures out.
Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Kibong Na. I'm Silicon Valley Korean American Federation President. Thank you, give to me time. Is a Korean society, merchant is from in San Jose city. Give to is your ceremony is your Republic of Korean is self-esteem and very proud and very happy. San Jose Councilman is Augustine 15, 1 day permit, and would you like to thank and respect, and also is Mr. Mayor and Mr. is your Pierre Constant. Thank you so much. Thank you. Have a great day. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Councilmember Liccardo is joining me at the podium to present a commendation to the Downtown Streets team. Come on down. We're committing them for their work, helping us clean creeks and Healthy Communities program, the great outcomes. And Councilmember Liccardo will have the details.
Good afternoon. My name's Sam Liccardo. I'm here to celebrate with many members of our community who are members of the Downtown Streets team. And we're so proud of the extraordinary success of this great organization. Like many startups in this valley, they started in Palo Alto, but they're growing here in San Jose, and that's what matters. They employ what they call a work-first model, in which members of the homeless community have the opportunity to rebuild their lives through volunteer work and work readiness programs. And they have committed to change their lives for the better. And you don't understand the depth of that commitment till you get out there and see them at work, as so many appreciative neighbors have. In 2001, when I heard about their extraordinary success and great work in Palo Alto, we got together with Elaine Richardson and begged her to come to San Jose. And I think as she tells the story, she asked us if we had any money, and we said no, and she said she'd do it anyway. So she and her son Chris and the entire organization launched in 2001 with the help of a lot of partners here, and I'm really grateful to Elaine Marshall and Ella Simonsky for helping to find us some money with the EPA and some grants with the Water District as well, and eBay Foundation, Destination Home, and Reagan Henniger on my team also worked very, very hard on this. And so we launched in 2011 with the Clean Creeks Healthy Communities program, and the results have been nothing less than extraordinary. We know the human devastation and the environmental disaster that is in our creeks today, and we see that in any painful experience. For those of you who have been through many of the encampments in our creeks, you see what's happening. And what has happened in a very short period of time, 40 formerly unhoused individuals now have permanent housing. Many more are working full-time with Downtown Streets team and with other partners. And although they promised removal of 400 cubic yards of trash, I believe the numbers now, Paul, are 4,000? 4,000 cubic yards of trash. That is an incredible benefit to our whole community. We're grateful for their extraordinary success. And just recently, they had a benefit concert in downtown featuring Joan Baez and a couple friends of hers, Emmylou Harrison and Jackson Brown, and they filled the place. And it is evidence that this is an organization that is both sustainable and successful, and we're thrilled to see them succeed so well. I believe, Brandon, you wanted to say a few words, and then I'll ask the mayor to present a commendation to you and to Chris and the rest of the team.
First of all, I'd like to say thanks to all of the council members here today. An extra special thanks on behalf of Downtown Streets team. An extra special thanks to Mayor Reed, Sam Liccardo, Mayor Campos, and Mayor Rocha. Did I say that wrong? Councilmember Rocha. My apologies. Anyway, I'd also like to thank Environmental Services Department. I'd like to thank Ella Simonsky, Grants, Housing Department, and everyone for their partnership. Without you guys, this wouldn't be possible. A few months ago, I heard Sam Liccardo say that homelessness is one of the most profound moral shames of our community. And I thought two things when I heard that. One, that I need to keep that with me. And number two, I don't know how on earth some of these council members can say such inspiring things again and again in these speeches on a daily basis. And that leads me to the point that I realize it's with that exact passion that the council members carry, the city of San Jose carries, and all of our partners carry, such as nonprofits like not Downtown Streets team, but Destination Home, Bill Wilson Center, First Christian Church, and Grace Baptist Church. Without all of our partnership and our collaboration, this wouldn't be possible, and we thank you very much. And we look forward as a fresh organization in San Jose to our future success here. So thank you for that.
Kind of squeeze in if you can around there. Can you get the big lens from the top?
You too. You should be. Yeah.
Next item is the consent calendar. I have a lot of people who want to speak on a couple of items. Other items council members would like to pull for discussion. Councilmember Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor. Read 2.3A.
Okay, I have cards on that. Any others council members want to pull? Councilmember Rocha, got that one?
That was the same one. Thank you.
All right. Anybody who wants to speak other than 2.3A, we'll take that testimony now. We'll get to 2.3A in a minute. Mr. Wall, on the consent calendar.
Sir, on the May 22nd agenda, basically I talked about the capital improvement program at the water pollution control plant and how rebudgeting of projects continue year after year and nothing really gets done. This also links in with the Transportation Environment Committee, in which they basically treat energy production at the plant as a very passé event, in my opinion. Now, this is very critical, sir, as you very well know, as chairman of the Treatment Plant Advisory Committee, that the water pollution control plant, at this point in its history, can fail at any time. Even as we sit here today, it could fail due to energy concerns. Yesterday at T&E, also in prior meetings, they make comments about reliance on PG&E for power as their only source of power to provide energy for plant operations. Well, I think everybody in this room can realize PG&E blew up part of San Bruno. We can't really trust them to provide energy to our water pollution control plant when they did what they did in San Bruno, and late down in Bakersfield when they blew up their power plant, costed at least one person their legs. On another issue concerning the rules packet, on June 5th, I'd like to comment on the excellent community police work of San Jose Police Officer Mark Stevens, badge number 3558. In between his horrendous work schedule, he was able to stop in the neighborhood to investigate a rash of ongoing vandalism to vehicles. He's done an outstanding job, and I'd like this council to send the appropriate thank you to him for his service. Thank you.
That concludes the public testimony, everything except 2.3A. Is there a motion on the balance? Okay, Councilmember KHAMIS. 2.7 and 2.3A we'll take up separately. We have a motion on the balance. Anybody wish to speak on the balance of those? On the balance, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. The consent calendar is approved except for those two items. So we will take up item 2.3A first, and then we'll get around to 2.7. I have a couple of dozen people who want to speak on 2.3A. We'll take the public testimony. At this time, Martha Henricks, Jeff Moore. Come on down, please. Martha Henricks, Jeff Moore, Larry Ames. I think I'll pick your voice up. Just go ahead. We'll adjust the sound to make sure it works.
I'm Martha Heinrichs with the Friends of the Willow Glen Trestle. I am very interested in the historical aspect of this 92-year-old railroad trestle because it is an important representation of our local history during the period when our county was known as the Valley of Heart's Delight. I note that the historical report for this project has never been included in an environmental document for public comment and review. I'm looking forward to reviewing the supplemental initial study, the supplemental mitigated negative declaration, and the historical analysis within the study. For much less money than a catalog-ordered bridge, this trestle could be simply preserved to add charm and interest to the Three Creeks Trail and would be a landmark that San Jose would be proud of. Thank you.
Jeff Moore, Larry Ames, and Bruce Tishton.
Hi, my name is Jeff Moore. I want to encourage you to proceed with the steel bridge option on the trestle. As I understand it, you have funding in place, and that I encourage you to go ahead and use the funding that's available. You have a well-defined project. I've seen the city department's presentation on it. Looks great. I encourage you to go ahead with that project rather than risking losing the money by not having a defined plan ready as this one is to use it. Thank you.
Larry Ames, Bruce Tishton, Bud Beatty.
Yes, hi, I'm Larry Ames. This here is the picture of the Willow Glen Trestle as viewed from the planned Los Gatos Creek Trail to where it connects to the Three Creeks Trail. The city's plans in the 2004 initial study and mitigated negative declaration used this trestle for the planned trail connection, adding a new deck and railing on the top. The city's 2012 engineering report says that after patching a couple posts and replacing a few sashes and braces, the structure is just fine. We can even consider adding a midstream viewing platform, as has been done in a number of other trestle restoration projects around the country. And then in March, so as not to lose a Prop 40 grant, the city rushed to assign that grant towards replacing this trestle instead, counting on being able to do that by the grant's deadline. However, you'll have to supplement or redo the old initial study negative declaration, since now you'll be working within this sensitive riparian habitat. There is a required periods for open public review and comment, followed by hearings, I believe, at Planning Commission and or City Council. And just as with the recent Penitencia Creek project, there may be delays as environmental compliance is assured. And then you have to wait for getting the actual permits from the Cal Department of Fish and Game. Please do not risk losing the Prop 40 grants here. Please reassign it to some other worthy project within the city. And also don't endanger funding of local parks to cover the loss that might happen in case you do miss the deadline there. I'd like to point out that quite a number of people came out in the middle of the day here to talk about this trestle, to be here and support it. We in the community will have to live with whatever gets built here, so we want to have a really good project here. We'd like to work with you to create a truly iconic trail connection. Thank you.
Bruce Tishton, Bud Beatty, Scott Lane.
Good afternoon. It's nice to see all of you again. My message to you today, my respectful advice is you're presently on the right track. You're doing a good job. Stay the course. 4 years ago, the Three Creeks Trail was an abandoned dream. Since that time, this council and the community have made truly remarkable progress. But now it's proposed that you direct the staff to cease its work on replacing the trestle with a bridge that will make the vital connection between the Three Creeks Trail and the Los Gatos Trail, and that you allocate the $1.2 million of state grant for that project to a different project. It's not disputed that if you follow this advice, there will be insufficient funds even to make the trestle usable, and that vital trail connection will be indefinitely delayed. I believe that it will also devastate the ongoing efforts to complete the trail by acquiring the eastern alignment. What I've outlined shows that the trestle supporters believe that the trestle is more important than the trail, as their leader has publicly said. The trestle proponents are sincere, well-intentioned, and passionate. But you need to be fair to everyone. Continue being fair to the whole city by making the connection between the two trails without delay. Continue being fair to the often underserved and equally deserving but neglected east side by not delaying acquisition of the eastern alignment. You're on the right track. You're doing a good job. Stay the course. Thank you.
Bud Beatty, Scott Lane, Tisla Malahan. I'll work on that.
Hi, I'm Bud Beatty, past president of San Jose VPA. San Jose is a city that is filled with brass plaques and facades and things that speak to what once was here. You have a chance today to actually keep something that is here. Let people see what wonderful things were built in the past and how they were done. We already have many of the single-span steel bridges. They're not a work of art. They're not intended to be. They're just something to get something from one place to another. The trestle is something more than that. It shows the history. It's an interesting structure. It's built out of some of the last Douglas firs that were cut locally. It's a wonderful thing. There was also money that was given by the Water District, and the real intention of that money was to preserve the trestle, not to demolish it.
Okay, thank you. Scott Lane, Tysley Millihan, Bill Rankin.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it very much. Scott Lane, I'm speaking for myself, not for any board positions I may be on. This is actually viewed to be a win-win position here. I am an absolute trail advocate. I wouldn't be speaking here if I wasn't for alternative transportation. Originally, this $1.88 million fund was actually for a different district. It was actually for District 7 use. We are very much, I lead many bike rides. I personally have helped grow bike rides and San Jose Bike Party that have literally led thousands of people, especially in the east side, to be involved. The highest use of bicycle ridership is among the lower rungs of the economic ladder, partly by choice, partly by necessity. The Three Creeks Trail, when you combine that with the Five Wounds Trail, I heartily want that to be purchased as quickly as possible. It is a J-loop trail that will provide 6.5 miles from 280 all the way around a wonderful business entertainment district that is near Happy Hollow Park and the ball fields in San Jose Ice. It will then go up past Five Wounds BART Station, which is an amazing 17-acre facility, and then to the barriers of BART Station. It is a stunning achievement that will be able to be used for OBAG grants, et cetera. This is going to be an amazing trail. The trestle has always been told that that is the centerpiece of this trail. It is being ripped out. This was for years that this was going to be the case. The concern here is, frankly, how much time is to do this. Rajiv Hada, project engineer, public works engineer in the city of Palo Alto, says about the Newell Bridge timeline, quote, "Our tentative plan is to start construction in 2015 and have all the permits and final documents by the end of 2014, unquote. Also regarding the trestle and its timeline, quote, "The construction documents are all ready now and the environmental documents are all cleared now. The permitting process for the Fish and Games, Santa Clara Valley Water District, U.S. Corps of Engineers, and other permits, all filed separately, should be complete within 6 months." This was also concurred with Kevin Murray, project manager, San Francisco Creek Joint Powers Authority.
Sir, your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Tyshla Millihan, Bill Rankin, Roland LeBrun.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Taisia McMahon, and I'm the president of Save Our Trails. I'm speaking on behalf of the board. They approved this statement this Monday. A link across the creek is an absolutely essential component of the trail system. Save Our Trails recognizes the existence of strong support in the community for preserving the existing structure, but we acknowledge the difficulties with its preservation as outlined in the engineer's report. If a solution could be found that would A, ensure that a repaired trestle would survive further fire or vandalism, B, meet the requirements of the various permitting agencies, and C, preserve the RZH funds allocated to the project, we would gladly support it. But if such a solution cannot be found, then Save Our Trails will continue to support replacing the trestle with a permanent structure, one which will provide a safe and enduring link in the city's growing network of trails. Thank you.
Bill Rankin, Roland LeBrun, Nancy Capps, or Cops.
Mayor Reed and members of the council, I'm Bill Rankin, and I'm speaking today as a resident of San Jose in the North Willow Glen neighborhood. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. The trail connection over Los Gatos Creek at Three Creeks Trail is a vital link in San Jose's trail system and must be completed. This is paramount for the future of Three Creeks Trail and its potential to connect miles of existing trails within San Jose and beyond. I do believe a brand new bridge is better than no bridge at all. What I find hard to believe is we can't find a solution that would allow us to use the grant money in question to save the trestle and its historic link to the Valley of Heart's Delight. From the beginning, I've been conflicted about this decision, as many of you might be. My feelings have ranged from ambivalence to passion to doing whatever it takes to make this connection, scared of losing the grant money, and coming to the realization that we as a society will bulldoze anything for the sake of progress. I know you have a hard decision in front of you. We all know very many people are tugging you in very different directions. We also know that this link in the trail is vital for the future of Three Creeks Trail. This connection must be made. I just hope it can be made by saving this link to our past, by saving the trestle. Thank you.
Nancy Copps or Caps, Roland LeBrun, David Wall.
Hi, my name is Nancy Copps, and I'm a resident of San Jose, and I'm here speaking for myself as a taxpayer, a person who doesn't like to waste money, and a person who doesn't like to waste resources. I'm speaking in support of keeping the trestle. It was built originally to carry very heavy loads, trains and engines, and from the reports it indicates that it is very structurally sound at this time. And it seems like it would be a waste of money and resources to simply just tear it down, and replace it with something else when it's very usable and would be usable in the future. It would have great historic value. It's something unique to add to the trail. It isn't more important than the trail, but it's something that would be a nice feature for the trail. And I would ask you to consider the points that Larry Ames has made. He's done a lot of work and done a lot of investigation, and he makes some very good points. Thank you.
Roland LeBrun, David Wall, Ellen Chapman.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm speaking in strong support of the Rules Committee memo and the subsequent staff memo, and I'm going to give you one more reason. And I'll be closing off with a 32-second video that speaks a million words. Is a reason why the Washington State Department of Natural Resources is systematically removing all creosote structures from all waterways. Thank you.
This first phase of the project is focused on removing the railroad trestle that goes across Woodard Bay. All the pilings will be removed, and that will, first of all, get the toxic creosoted pilings out of the waters, but it'll also help restore some of the more natural flow of Woodard Bay itself, where Woodard Creek comes down into the bay and then flows out into Henderson Inlet. The other structure that we're focusing on is the pier. And
David Wall.
Sir, on this matter has been extensively discussed through various city committee meetings. I want to hold out Councilmember Oliverio as being very pro-trail oriented. He's also listened very intently to his constituents about this. Our city engineers' reports also are to be held in highest regards. I have every faith in our city engineer with reference to this particular issue. I believe this trestle is bucolic in nature. However, it's a sitting time bomb for environmental issues and fire. Should that trestle catch on fire, who knows how many homes around that area could be burned. Also, there's no talk about community involvement in getting down into the creeks and removing the vegetation and ongoing protection of that trestle from those that would start a fire. So I think that this issue, although it's very painful for people like myself, would like to see the retention of this bridge, is untenable at this time or any other time due to its age, infestation with termites, environmental damage to the receiving waters, and other structural aspects that I am not competent to talk on with reference to the expertise of our city engineer. Thank you.
Ellen Chapman, Brian Grayson, Jack Nadeau.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of City Council. Helen Chapman, former chair of San Jose Parks Commission, member of the Committee for Green Foothills. The sum of the whole is greater than its parts. I interpret this to mean while each group, partner, or organization may have their own direction, the greatest accomplishment is when partners work in unison toward a common goal. San Jose is full of beauty and uniqueness. The problem is sometimes that beauty is hidden from plain view. We've lost some of our history to complacency. Our treasures, as we let them sit idle, gradually deteriorate because we don't have the time or the dollars to give them the attention they deserve. The right thing to do is to bring our partners together, explore all possibilities, and challenge ourselves to create opportunities for the future. We can check the box to say, yes, we've done this, or we can stop, pause, and ask ourselves, have we done absolutely everything we can to make this a better project and one that is supported and enjoyed by the greatest segment of the community? With your leadership and direction today, you can move this project from one of confrontation to one of collaboration. And I thank Ty from Save Our Trails for coming forward today and joining with us to find solutions. Thank you.
Brian Grayson, Jack Nadeau, Jim Carter.
Thank you. Brian Grayson, Preservation Action Council. We support the restoration of the trestle for many of the reasons you've already heard today, and we'll hear in other speakers. There's not really a need for a discussion about whether or not it's historic because of the question about whether it has official historic designation. The city has acknowledged that their historic inventory is incomplete, and there are many structures that would be likely be eligible for historic designation that are not listed. And this trestle could well be one of those if those surveys are ever completed. Given the trestle's age and link to the past, common sense tells us that it is historic. There is cumulative impact every time you scrape the landscape of one of our historic structures. Every time that happens, you erase another chapter of San Jose's history. We urge you not to do that again. Thank you.
Jack Nadeau, Jim Carter, Trey Silva.
Good afternoon, Mayor Reed, City Council members. As a native of San Jose, I have become full of pride with those things that we have saved that represent the past. San Jose has been a city that grew because of the railroads, because of the canning industry, and the trestle is a living representative of those times. And it would be sad, I think, if future generations would see only a steel bridge there instead of a special place, which can make cities special. Special places make cities special. To confine everything to History Park, I don't think that does it. We have to have things where they were. I would hate to see a child in the future looking at some plaque on a steel bridge and asking, "Daddy, what was a trestle?" when it could be right there for the child to see and to feel. That's where I'm coming from. With each passing day, I become more involved with preservation. I've joined several local preservation groups, and the main reason is because it gives us pride. It gives us pride in our city. I think that's the key word, is pride. And so I trust that you've given this some thought. I trust that San Jose can turn around in terms of not being preservation savvy. In other words, I worry that a lot of you are more interested in progress rather than remembrance for future generations. I think it's very, very important, and that's why it's such an emotional issue, because it's really important. Okay, thank you very much.
Jim Carter, Trey Silva, Chris Ruff.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Jim Carter, and I served with San Jose Fire Department for just shy of 36 years, retiring a couple years ago as a chief officer. I was born and raised in Willow Glen, not far from this trestle I grew up. and I currently do live and reside in Willow Glen area. There are several things that can be done from a fire prevention standpoint to protect the trestle after it's restored. Number one, clean up the debris from around the foot of the trestle. Apply fire retardant to the trestle. Implement a monitored smoke and heat detection system. Install a sprinkler system. Additionally, there's been circulating reference and videos of the trestle fires in Sacramento and Texas. Comparing these trestle fires to trestles here in San Jose is comparing apples to oranges. Not only are those trestles much larger, the firefighters in Sacramento and Texas had access problems and water resource problems to complicate the extinguishment of those trestles. After the above fire prevention precautions are taken regarding our trestle, I consider the risk of this trestle to be from fire to be very low. I would be happy to answer further questions you may have about the security of the trestle. I would hate to see the structure taken down and part of Willow Glen and San Jose's history lost. Thank you.
Gray Silva, Chris Roth, Richard Zappelli.
First of all, I don't know what I'm doing here, but thank you for your 2 minutes. My name is Dick Silva. I've been a resident of the Valley of Heart's Delight, the 7th generation here. My immigrants came from Austria, Germany, Ireland, and Portugal. My great-grandmother was one of the native daughters of the Golden West. That should give you a little bit about my history here. I've also gone to Bellarmine. I flunked out of there. At my age, I wanted to be a draft dodger and go to Canada, but I ended up with a Marine Corps serial number 1672163. My purpose here is, let's stop playing kick in the can, guys. I was down in that creek at one time, and I put the pennies on the train. And let's just move forward. I believe in the system. You guys are the ones that are making the decisions. You're our city fathers. Be fathers and lead us. Thank you.
Chris Roth, Richard Zappelli, Marie Anders.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I simply wanted to come up here as a District 6 resident and Willow Glen resident in support of the current trestle bridge replacement. I have a 2-year-old daughter who I look forward to walking the completed Three Creeks Trail with her in the future. The bridge has been neglected there for over 20 years, and I'm really thrilled that the city of San Jose has finally decided to do something about that, and we have great staff on hand to plan and to execute. And I look forward to also my daughter being able to run on this trail as a high school student, something that she wouldn't be able to do as the trestle currently stands. No one could walk on it. The trail is not complete. But thank you for your support.
Richard Zappelli, Marie Anders or Anderson, Jack Stallard.
Good afternoon, Mayor Reid and City Council members. I'm here representing the Willow Glen Neighborhood Association and the Willow Glen Business Association, as well as members of the Los Gatos Creek cleanup. I understand all the emotional parts, being in fourth generation San Jose, all the emotional ties to the railroads. I grew up in this valley. I understand what it's all about. But after reading the studies, going down the creek myself, taking several photographs, sharing it with our board, having an open discussion, our decision has been and still is to support the recommendations made by city staff, especially those latest drawings they showed us, which ties more of the history into the steel structure. I think they're outstanding. So the Willow Glen Neighborhood Association, Business Association, and Friends of Los Gatos Creek all support the staff position. Thank you.
Marie Anderson, Jack Stallard.
Hi, my name is Marie Anderson. I've lived in Willow Glen for over 28 years. I attended the Three Creeks community meeting along with my family and neighbors. We are very excited about the new bridge, and we want to thank you, City Council, for your previous vote support. Thank you.
Jack Stallard.
Members of the council, my name is Jack Stallard. I've lived in Willow Glen for the past 47 years. I recently attended a meeting showing the design progress of the section of the Three Creeks Trail stretching from Lonos Avenue to Minnesota. The new bridge design was shown and it carries a trestle theme. The planned outlooks on each side of the creek add flavor to that site. I thought that the bridge design was favorably received by the attendees. I like the new bridge as well as the various amenities planned along the trail, and I'm looking forward to using the new bridge maybe as early as next summer. Thank you.
That concludes the public testimony. Staff, did you have anything you wanted to add? This is the third time this has been in front of the City Council. The train has left the station, but this might be a bridge too far. Just want to let staff give a chance to comment on it.
Thank you. Matt Kano, Deputy Director of Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services. With me today is obviously Julie Edmonds-Motter is our Director, and Dave Sykes, Director of Public Works. Really briefly, a lot of this was mentioned in the comments, so I'll keep it brief. The trail and the bridge was purchased by the city with the help of this tremendous help of the Save Our Trails organization and the Open Space Authority in the County of Santa Clara in December of 2011. We did at the time commission an engineering study so we can evaluate what it would take and whether or not we could restore the existing trestle. The reasons we ended up where we're at today are many, but the engineering study was not the final decision maker. It was a tool that we used to inform our decision. Some key points in our decision include the annual maintenance and repair and unknowns at retaining a trestle structure that has been restored in the city's inventory of 130 miles of trails and several bridges is something we simply cannot sustain through the general fund. Maintaining and being aware and fixing and repairing something that unique. The timeline for cost and replacement of the timeline and costs for restoring the trestle would be much more uncertain, and as opposed to the current recommendation we're moving forward with it, which is to replace the trestle. The risks of it being out of service in the future, as was mentioned by some of the speakers today, this is an extremely vital link in the city's trail and transportation network, connecting the Three Creeks Trail system with the Los Gatos Creek Trail. It's so important to our transportation system, and we want to make sure that we get it active as soon as possible, but also so that it continues to be active for generations to come. And we truly believe that the steel bridge replacement project will guarantee that much more than the trestle restoration project. As was mentioned, there is a state grant that funds $1.2 million of this project. We do have a timeline of using that as grant funds by spring of 2015. And in order to keep those grant funds, they've been extended already in the past, and we've heard from many sources they cannot be extended again. We need to keep on this same timeline on the project. We are comfortable with this recommendation for a more certain and sustainable project. And as I mentioned, this is an important part of our transportation network. We do recognize the significance and the significance of the existing trestle to the existing community and the passion for those who want to preserve it. We do recognize that, and we do feel that we will be able to recognize that as much as possible in the design of the new bridge. We've had we had some community meetings prior to Council's original direction in March, and we've had at least 5 community input sessions since that time, and we will have one more in early September to finalize the design of the new bridge that's going in. With that, I'd like to turn over to Dave to see if you'd like to add anything.
Thanks, Matt. I think Matt's summary is a very good one. I think it is important to note that the shift that took place with staff's thinking on this project through the course of the planning process. Initially, we commissioned the engineering report to identify the things that we would need to do to renovate and keep the bridge. It was through that analysis that we became concerned about what it was going to take to do that. And so there, a shift happened for us in terms of rethinking that original thought process. I do want to state that the rehab and renovation work that is recommended in the engineer's report to keep the trestle bridge is extensive. And there comes with it some risks in terms of being able to do that work as described in the report and to certainly meet the schedules that have been described. So I think the reason that we made that shift is because we believe that the recommendation is one that kind of factors in all of these considerations And through the rethinking that we've done over the summer, as the questions have come up, our position is and the recommendation stays as it was back in the springtime.
Thank you, staff. It may not have been apparent to our audience watching this on TV, so let me just explain what we're talking about here. We're actually discussing the minutes of the Rules and Open Government Committee meeting of May 15, 2013, and one of the items on that agenda that's reported out was a request to set a study session on this trestle bridge. The Rules Committee declined to do so, took no action, and so that's what's in front of us today is that Rules Committee action, which is why we're talking about this under the minutes portion of the consent calendar. Councilmember Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the summary, and appreciate the speakers from the public. Many of you add value in many different ways, and that's appreciated. In the end, though, the way that things work out, that a decision must be made, and this falls on those that have been vetted and elected, which by all the residents, which is us on the City Council. So let me just say I'd like to start at the beginning. Okay, not when the City Council discussed this item twice, heard testimony from the public twice, and voted unanimously twice to support the staff recommendation nearly 5 months ago, but rather starting with the railroad company itself. The railroad company, for the purpose of commerce, took 95 telephone poles and sunk them into the creek over a half-century ago. 95 telephone poles treated with a chemical called creosote, a chemical which is leached into the amphibian habitat for decades. A chemical, when ignited, sends a toxic cloud into the air, and in this case, into an adjacent neighborhood. 95 chemically treated telephone poles in the waterway does not win an environmental award. The railroad company damaged this riparian corridor and is certainly not an environmental steward. A structure like this would not be allowed to be built today. The city would not approve it, the water district would not approve it, state fish and wildlife would not approve it. Why? Because clean water regulations have improved over time. In fact, the city is currently working on a policy for no development 100 feet from the creek, yet this man-made structure is actually within the creek. As shown in the video, other jurisdictions like Washington State have been proactive in actually removing these structures from the waterway. Technical staff from the Water District and the State Department of Fish and Wildlife are pleased with the staff recommendation to remove the structure. Removing the structure will allow for the restoration of the riparian corridor with a new, safe, fire-resistant bridge that will not impede the waterway since it spans the creek from above. Removing the structure eliminates a known and documented risk of toxic smoke to the neighborhood and creates a permanent connection linking two trails for 75 years or longer. The council has heard testimony on this item from Save Our Trails and the Willow Glen Neighborhood Association, who both support the staff recommendation, and along with the greater community are pleased with the progress made over the summer and look forward to opening the new bridge in 2014. Save Our Trails has conducted public meetings for years on the trail. Save Our Trails has and is the leading community advocate for this trail and has adopted the trail and organized volunteer cleanups. Likewise, the Willow Glen Neighborhood Association has worked with Friends of the Los Gatos Creek to clean up the creek in a very significant way. Some individuals would like to preserve the current structure, even if it means delaying the completion of this trail for unknown years. Though they may have sincere hearts and can articulate their passion well for the nostalgic structure, critics come forward with no funding, and thus the alternative is no connection between these two creeks for many years to come. There are no other funds besides these grant funds available for this project today or in the coming years. We as a council vote on many things: budget, ordinances, policy, land use. Rarely, if ever, do we get a unanimous vote not once but twice on an agenda item. Some believe that the entire City Council did not read the staff recommendation on the council agenda not once but twice prior to voting. Now, I know I read the information, and I also know my council colleagues and their respective staff are diligent in reviewing all agenda items on the council agenda. So I know this is not the case, and that when the council voted twice unanimously, we did so clearly understanding the staff recommendation and the end goal, that we would have a new bridge paid for by grant funds connecting two trails. As we know, issues and concerns were raised by a few individuals challenging the integrity of city staff and the engineering experts we hired. Hearing these concerns, I was strongly supportive of a sit-down meeting between these individuals, including the Director of Public Works, the Director of Parks, and the civil engineer who wrote the report. However, I was unable to personally attend this small group meeting since the council had a budget study session that day. After this small group meeting, a memo I authored went before the Rules Committee, outlining the various risks of delay or changing course, but potentially considering at that time another engineering study focused on preservation of the existing structure, if it could be done for significantly less than the current $1 to $1.1 million price tag. The current engineering study did not take bore samples of all the wood beams, as it was a visual inspection, and therefore unforeseen damaged wood would likely increase the cost of preservation. Spending $1.1 million to preserve the structure, assuming there are no hiccups, which would be rare, as rehabilitating a structure that is old and has not been maintained for a decade could very well find ourselves in a likely scenario with more wood damage and subsequent higher costs, and a delay in completing the project would jeopardize the grant. The $1 million project could all go up in smoke when a fire occurs. This would mean a severed trail connection for countless years. Why several years? Since the city does not have millions of dollars sitting around to replace the burned wood structure. Plus, the timing of when work is allowed in the creek. Summer only, and you must apply for permits a year in advance. At the Rules Committee meeting, we had speakers for and against. City staff answered all the concerns raised by speakers in a complete manner and explained the details well. The Rules Committee did not support taking this topic up again, having recently voted twice for the staff recommendation, and no new data was presented in opposition to the staff recommendation. Listening to the Rules Committee members' comments, I personally could not disagree with my colleagues' rationale. However, having heard city staff answer the concerns raised at the Rules Committee, I asked the city manager to have staff put it in writing as an informational memo recapping the concerns from the Rules meeting, plus the previous small group of meeting held with these individuals and our civil engineers. As I mentioned earlier, I was unable to attend this small group meeting to observe the discussions. Staff followed up with my request from the Rules Committee meeting with a 6-page informational memo detailing concerns and answers from both civil and non-civil engineering staff. It is a concise document that covers the topic well. And I, like my colleagues, receive countless emails daily on a variety of topics and challenges facing the city of San Jose, and this item is no different. I found most people signing a vague petition or sending a form email did not have the background information. Therefore, I sent the 6-page informational memo to those individuals that lived in San Jose, as many that sent the council emails and signed petitions do not even reside in San Jose. In only one case did I get a response that was skeptical of the informational memo, specifically on how much it would cost to dismantle the wood structure. To this very point, I have found no credible source providing a different dollar amount for deconstructing the structure than is detailed in the engineering report. So what does the memo cover? 6 pages here. Basically covers back when it was posted on when the report was posted on the agenda back in February. It talks about the estimated costs for retaining the wooden trestle are significantly higher than for replacement bridge, and annual maintenance and inspection of trails and bridges are paid from the general fund. In addition, it talks about the environmental permitting process, what to do since the bridge is degraded, that the fact that it went through the historic process, which is required by the state, NEPA, if that's a correct pronunciation, or NEPA, and that we've already looked at extending the grant and we're unable to. It goes over the engineering study, the public outreach, and then it summarizes again that the annual maintenance, cleanup, and inspection costs of retaining the existing trestle bridge are significantly higher than the cost of a replacement bridge. It says that keeping the existing trestle presents a significantly higher risk of the bridge and trail system being out of service indefinitely because of the potential for fire damage or continued deterioration. Last I heard, we had 10 fires in 5 years. Some next to the structure, some on the structure. 1 arson. That this is a trail network that we're trying to build, that we want to have this connectivity, that the construction schedule to meet the grant is far more reliable with the new bridge, and that the uncertainty for construction costs is much greater because we don't know the full extent once you get into these projects of what's going on. This summer, while my colleagues might have been away, I've gone on several group tours led by Mr. Ames. These are tours of the trestle and the creek area. I did not speak at length to the group at large during these tours as I preferred to listen. What I heard was not totally one-sided, but also did not acknowledge many of the staff points, and I chose not to debate. During each tour, there was a visible and sizable homeless population in the creek area. There have been encampments here since I was in high school, and I do not see them going away anytime soon. These encampments present an inherent fire danger to the existing structure as the homeless cook where they live, which is often directly underneath the structure. The inherent fire danger is documented by the fire department, but also one can see the visual proof of past fires present in the charred wood in several locations of the structure, and even an empty gas can, which I saw after an interview at the bridge with reporter Damian Trujillo. The empty gas can was also documented in a photo on the Willow Glen website. Some on the group tour shared with me they were disturbed with the encampments and that the existing wood structure was less than what they expected. I do not believe these people will be coming back until there is a new bridge. And I'm going to read to you a letter from Megan that sent us a letter to the whole council that went on the tour. And she writes, "Dear council members, my spouse and I own a home that backs up to the Three Creeks Trail, less than 2 blocks from the Willow Glen Trestle. We strongly support the construction of the new steel trestle and urge you to use the $1 million in grant money for this new bridge in Willow Glen. In May, we joined a tour of the trestle led by individuals who wished to save the existing structure. We found the existing trestle is an eyesore, unsafe, dilapidated, and a fire hazard. Though some argue for its beauty and hope for it to be a grand entryway to Willow Glen, the existing trestle is not visible from any streets in Willow Glen. Additionally, the proposed design would not impede the flow of the creek, which is home to an impressive variety of wildlife, including Chinook salmon and steelhead trout. We look forward to the completion of the Three Creeks Trail, and that includes a safe steel bridge over the Los Gatos Creek. Please keep the funds raised for the new bridge in Willow Glen and support the new steel structure." Megan Jensen, who's actually also a biologist by her occupation. A new bridge will not remove the homeless encampments, but it will remove a wooden structure that has zero supervision from sunset to sunrise and is itself fuel for fire. Certainly doing nothing for years to come will only promote more encampments, as there's no way for the general public to use the trail without a safe way to cross the creek on foot or by bicycle. Since council voted unanimously, we've had 4 community meetings on the Three Creeks Trail, all of which cover the topic of the new bridge. We had great feedback on the trail master plan from attendees, with attendance as high as 100 people. At this meeting, staff also provided Mr. Ames the floor for the meeting. Mr. Ames was allowed to speak at length and present his very own PowerPoint slides, which were in opposition to the staff recommendation. I did not witness any outpouring from the audience embracing going back, but rather moving forward with a new bridge, so people could actually use the trail since it would be connected. After this meeting, I received, I read it in the Mercury News, there was a letter from someone that attended the meeting, and they write, "Hello, my wife and I attended the Willow Glen Trail Plan meeting." And I want to be clear, this is the meeting that Mr. Ames presented the PowerPoint presentation. "Hello, my wife and I attended the Willow Glen Trail planning meeting tonight. I know there are some vocal advocates for the old trestle, but I trust that you recognize there are plenty of other constituents who support the proposed city plan of a new steel bridge. I have to believe the design will be in good taste, as all of the design elements reviewed tonight clearly demonstrated. Any historical value of the old wooden structure exists solely in the minds of the romantics who never go there, or the retired railroad buffs who have nothing better to do than debate and obstruct. Please proceed, if possible, with the new bridge. Thank you. George and Pamela on Minnesota. I want to clarify, that was an email to me. There's another letter I'll read to you that was printed in the Mercury News. This same community meeting also provided the opportunity for Mr. Ames and others to have a second sit-down discussion with the civil engineer who wrote the report. This time, I was able to observe the conversation firsthand. What I saw were concerns and issues raised, and the civil engineer responding with complete and very technical answers. However, it seemed from my observation that no matter what was said by the civil engineer, it was not trusted nor accepted by the individuals opposed. Mind you, this is the expert we hired, and it seemed to me in the presence of Public Works and Park staff that the answers were complete. Also presented by Mr. Ames during this discussion were some new concept drawings of actually adding on to the existing structure. However, these new concept drawings are not part of the engineering report, and the civil engineer said these design changes would require an additional engineering report, additional structural engineering, and inevitably increase the cost significantly. So now I'll read you the letter to the editor that's someone who attended that meeting as well, and they write, "This past Wednesday I attended the third workshop to discuss the Three Creeks Trail Master Plan. The City of San Jose should be commended. They presented a wonderful plan to replace the old trestle across the Los Gatos Creek and other details for the trail itself. We have lived next to the Los Gatos Creek for 25 years in Willow Glen. We support the City Council in its decision to approve a new bridge at the Three Creeks Trail. It's time to move forward. Steve Anderson." And another letter from Jack Stallard, who's here today, former president of the Willow Glen Neighborhood Association, but you spoke, so I won't read your letter to the editor. But I will say that nostalgia can be a strong emotion. I believe that the bridge is nostalgic, but as covered in the report, it is not historic. Some people in Willow Glen were nostalgic about the former Willow Glen Library on Minnesota Avenue. However, now we have a new library that is good for the long term. Others were adamantly opposed to the tearing down of the old Blaine's Lighting Building on Lincoln Avenue to make way for a new retail and office development, now home to Lou's Village, among others. Because of this approval, Willow Glen now has a town square. This new fountain area is constantly filled with people, both young and old alike, united in their enjoyment of this enhanced open space. I believe a year from now, we will be celebrating the opening of a new bridge, paid for by grant funds and not the general fund, nor park funds, which will mean we will not have to give up on commitments made for other neighboring parks and even the build out of the trail. I know the council also received a letter from the California Trolley Railroad Group. If this group has $1 million, then I'm all ears. However, they do not. I contacted 3 board members who were listed on the letter, and they each said they had never been asked about this issue. The County of Santa Clara Board of Supervisors on May 24th voted to have county park staff work with city staff on this issue. The board president acknowledged that this is 100% a city decision. Since that vote in May, county park staff reviewed all the information and authored a report. The county report actually validates the city staff work is correct. The county validated the structure is not historic. The county validated the structure has a risk of fire danger. The county validated the grant is expiring and cannot be extended. The county validated the cost to maintain the existing structure is higher than a new bridge. So this appears to me to be third-party validation of the work that staff has done. In closing, if there are any vote change today from the prior to unanimous votes, it would be a mystery to the public since no new data has been presented, nor has there been any change of the staff recommendation. Those individuals opposed raised concerns commonly known as FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt, that would ultimately result in having no trail connection for years to come. Government entities, including San Jose, have spent millions of dollars on this land, and at minimum, given the current opportunity before us, we should enable this land to be accessible for the public now, rather than waiting years, as there are no monies in the District 6 park funds to cover this project. After today, I'm hopeful those opposed will lay down their quiver and cease with veiled threats to stop the new bridge by interfering with the environmental application. Staff believes through their conversations with state regulatory agencies that the timeline can be achieved for environmental permits dismantling the wood structure, and actual construction of the new bridge. This trail will provide joy to San Jose residents for many years to come, however, only once it's actually connected. Staff, do you have any comments or feedback on what I've said?
No additional comments.
Okay, thank you. And then City Attorney, a motion on this to approve the rules minutes, would that suffice?
That would be consistent with taking no action, yes.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the rules minutes.
Right, we have a motion to approve the rules minutes. Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. As far as the memo that I distributed, I'd asked for somewhat of an update, so to speak, in terms of the processes, permitting, engineering, construction documents. Would you mind speaking a little bit? I'm not sure if the memo that Councilmember Oliverio is talking about couldn't have included that. And is the one you're speaking about from May 17th? Is it that one?
There's a six-page info memo, and then they...
From May 17th. I saw the info memo, but it was the six-page one.
And staff issued another informational memo yesterday.
Yeah.
Thank
you.
The
six-page one you're talking about is from May.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the six-page informational memo is from May, and we issued another informational memo with an update on the community process since May, as well as the construction process.
That was the one I was more interested in, was the construction.
Sure. The construction, the design is proceeding, as well as the conversations with the permitting agencies. The environmental documents are under preparation as well. Those will be published on the State Clearinghouse as well as the City of San Jose's website at least 60 days prior to the council award of the construction project. We are expecting the construction award to be presented to the City Council in April 2014, with construction commencing in June and completing in the fall of 2014.
Construction in fall 2014?
Correct.
Okay. And there's been some issues raised about environmental clearance or additional environmental work that needed to be done or should have been done. Can you speak a little bit about that so I understand it better?
Sure. The environmental clearance for this project is underway right now. So whether we would have gone with the option of restoring the trestle or the current option of replacing the trestle with the steel bridge, we still need to do the environmental clearance work no matter what.
Can you talk about what level of environmental review?
Sure. This is anticipated, let me just make sure I'm correcting. This is anticipated to be a mitigated negative declaration.
Okay. So as far as environmental review, that's more on the lower end than the higher end. And that would have happened, or this level of review would have happened whether it was renovating the current structure or a new one, or would it have been different review?
Correct. We definitely would have gone through the CEQA process either way, and I would say that yes, because either project requires us to go into the creek and divert the creek essentially when we're doing construction. So whether we would have restored it or the current project to replace the structure is still a significant amount of work in the creek bed.
Okay. And then as part of this review, were we going to get a sense of what potential mitigation issues we might have or environmental issues we might have by removing the current structure that are unforeseen at this point?
Correct. Yes, that would happen during this discussions with the permitting agencies as well as the environmental review process. Although, we have had discussions, we have started discussions with all the permitting agencies right now, and we feel very comfortable that we've got a handle on all the mitigations that are going to be necessary.
A handle? I mean, you talked about it the last time that there might be some costs that are unforeseen, and that's typical of any project, so that's not something...
Sure, there's definitely unforeseen costs in any construction project, and Dave can maybe help me out, but we definitely feel there's much less unforeseen costs with the trestle replacement project than there would be if we were to have proceeded with the restoration of the trestle.
Yeah, I think if I can add on, we've done our best to kind of look at both scenarios. As Matt mentioned, in either scenario, we will need to get down into the creek area. For the removal of the trestle, most of the removal will be able to be done from the banks, but the center piers will probably have to get into the creek. On the renovation proposal, we will definitely be down in the creek. It would require that we would have scaffolding at every single bent. There's 13 bents, so we would be down in the creek for an extensive period of time to renovate that bridge. So either scenario presents generally the same type of construction impacts, if you will. Obviously, in the scenario of replacing the bridge, the long-term environmental impacts are less than keeping the trestle bridge.
Okay, thank you. As far as the public outreach process, my experience, and forgive me if I missed a bunch of it, and that's possibly the case because I was not engaged as much on this issue as I have been post-decision, was not the lack of. I would suggest that the public outreach now has been more than prior to this decision. And that may be typical of some projects or maybe typical of all projects, but I kind of feel, looking backwards now, that if we had had a bit more public outreach in terms of the initial decision, and again, I'm not going to put that failure on anybody. I have to point out that I made that decision, and looking in hindsight, I take full responsibility for that decision. But I thought then, hearing from the community, that we might have been better served if we'd done more outreach on the front end than after. That's really not something you need to respond to unless you feel inclined, but that's just me looking backwards on the issue and why I struggle with this decision. I, for one, am okay admitting that I may have made a mistake. I have the integrity and capacity to do that, so I also admit that I'm not perfect, and 100% of my decisions looking backwards may not be perfect. So that's my interest in raising this issue, was to make sure that I had the opportunity to hear from you folks again going forward, that we made the right choice, and I can be comfortable with that, because the last thing I want to do is make a decision that I'm going to regret completely. So I appreciate you taking the time, not only today, and my colleagues as well, but also in the community outreach process. And as far as the update on the community outreach process, the final design will go forward to the community for a final meeting, so to speak?
Correct. We're currently scheduling that likely early September.
And you're going to do that one meeting?
Yes, we've already had three meetings already where we've presented preliminary designs. The first two meetings we presented the same design, got feedback, and then at the third meeting we presented some revised designs and told the community that we would continue to incorporate that and get their final feedback on the designs in a meeting which is currently being scheduled for early September. So that would be the final meeting.
Okay. Okay, I'll leave that one alone. And there's no further public in process as far as the council's role?
No, the next time the council would see this would be at the construction award recommendation.
And you put that out for bid for different companies. Is there a long list of companies that do this kind of work?
I think there'll be enough bidders to get competitive bids. It's not the type of work that you'll see hundreds and hundreds of contractors be able to do, but I think there's enough companies out there that will be able to get competitive bids.
Okay, and then at that point we're done. Council's engagement. All right. I'm sure you're looking forward to that, and I'm sure a few of us up here as well. Yeah, and I didn't prepare any comments as my colleague did, and again, that wasn't for me a debate of whether it was the right decision or not the right decision, or who's right or who's wrong. I mean, I also recall some comments in the past about coming into these meetings with repair comments and how there was a failure on their part in some cases. The word I struggle a little bit with as well was critics, and I'm also okay with folks having different opinions or different priorities for their dollars, and I wouldn't refer to them as critics. So thank you.
Councilmember Liccardo.
Thanks, Mayor. I wanted to thank all the people who are so passionate about this on both sides who've come out, because that passion in many ways has driven the build out of our trail system. We know that this grant and many other efforts have really been depended in many ways on critical community involvement, and I'm grateful for folks on both sides of this. I spent a lot of time talking with Ty McMahon about this issue, as well as with Larry Ames and many other members of the community who emailed me, who called our office, who don't live anywhere near the bridge trestle. Obviously, this issue has struck a chord for a lot of folks, including a lot of people who care about the environment and historic preservation and a lot of other issues. I guess I just wanted to ask one question that is still a little foggy in my mind about the Prop 40 grant. I know everyone is concerned about losing the grant and needing to move forward in a timely way, but this grant was originally a trail acquisition grant, wasn't it?
Yes, most recently we had planned on using it for the acquisition of the western alignment of the Three Creeks Trail, but because of the strict requirements of the state on requiring not only appraisals, but a double appraisal essentially, and the fact that we had, the way we had negotiated the purchase price at the Union Pacific, we were not able to meet the state's requirements to use this for acquisition of the Union Pacific property.
Okay.
So I don't foresee us being able to do that.
Were there other sites, either for property or for easement, where we could have used this grant that would have built out the Three Creeks Trail?
For the Three Creeks Trail, no. Any acquisition would have likely required working with Union Pacific, and we tried and failed on using this money last time around. And the construction of the Three Creeks Trail is not ready yet because we're just wrapping up the master plan.
Okay. That's helpful to know. I guess, you know, I think Dave Sykes' statement, I think, was very compelling to me, that really the staff began this process looking for a way to restore this bridge. And we obviously hired a consultant to do the analysis, and when the analysis came back, it became apparent that that wasn't a feasible course for us. And I've always found Dave to be very credible on these kinds of issues, and he's had plenty of challenging issues to deal with lately, so I can appreciate that. I actually had lots of misgivings about our vote. I even talked to folks who are what I consider to be historic preservation experts, people like Jim Salata, and asked them, hey, give me your opinion. What I haven't seen is anyone who has come forward and said, I'm an expert, this is what I do for a living, and hey, the data that the city has is wrong. And that is something I've been very interested in seeing. I've encouraged folks to bring that to me. I just haven't seen it. And so, as a result, I think many of the concerns raised by my colleague, Councilmember Oliverio, are well-founded, and certainly by staff as well. I think the concern, though, that animated many of my questions is something that Councilmember Rocha raised, which is around the process. I appreciate that Councilmember Oliverio indicated that, you know, of course, our staffs and each of the council members on the dais should have read the staff recommendation on the council agenda and thoroughly reviewed it before voting. But if you look at item 5.1 on March 26th, and it's an item, just the direction alone is half a page long, you actually don't see anywhere in that any mention of a decision about the destruction or demolition or restoration of a bridge. There is, the closest it comes is there's one line that mentions a Three Creeks Trail pedestrian bridge development project. That we're submitting grant applications for that purpose. And obviously this was initially begun, as I understood, for restoration. That development project, as it's described, doesn't exactly tell the public what's going on very clearly. And I don't mean that from the standpoint of, hey, we didn't know what was going on, we had a report to read. The problem is as the public is notified about what to be coming out for or not, and what side to align themselves on and whether to speak out, you know, at that March 26th hearing, I went and pulled the transcript, and I actually spoke on it and said, gee, I'm really pleasantly surprised that all the dissent out there in the community seems to be resolved, because we had Mr. Delsum and Mr. Zappelli come out and speak, both in favor. We didn't have anybody come out to speak in opposition. And I said, I know originally there were lots of folks who were willing to chain themselves to this bridge, and I think we've moved considerably to a place where we recognize the need to simply move on and build a new one. The point is that it wasn't obvious to me that all of the work that's gone into this after the council vote, the extraordinary amount of outreach, would have been necessary if there had been perhaps a little more checking in before the council vote. And I know there were neighborhood meetings and so forth, but I'd much rather have this battle of warring opinions about experts and everything else here in council chambers than to hear about it third hand in sort of a game of telephone out in the community. You know, when it came back to council on April 9th, I pulled it off the consent agenda because it was on the consent agenda at the time. Again, there's nothing in the item that mentions the demolition or destruction of a bridge. It's just an agreement with CH2M Hill. And I pulled it off because I had started to hear concern out there in the community. And at that time it was, you know, emphasized, well, the council's heard this and debated this already, and clearly it really hadn't happened in the context of a community that was out here telling us, hey, we're really concerned about the historic preservation issues and some of the other issues associated with this bridge. So I appreciate the fact that staff has put an enormous amount of work into this, and I recognize that there were certainly community meetings beforehand. I just can't help but wonder if we wouldn't be spinning our wheels so much if we had had this sort of hashed out in council with all the members of the community the first time. And that's what has animated many of my concerns. Nonetheless, as I said, I think ultimately the final decision was the right one for the reasons I think that Dave Sykes and others have articulated.
Now that it's 3 o'clock and we have finished the consent calendar, just want to remind everybody that the original idea in the Rules Committee was to have a study session. I think we just had one. But we're still talking about it. Councilmember KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor. And some of the questions of staff have already been asked, and I appreciate the staff's work on this. And I also appreciate all the members of the community that come out on both sides. They're people that I think we all respect and have gained credibility through the work they've done for the community on both sides of the issue. And I think that makes it challenging. It makes it even that much more challenging because we have people. It does matter when people that you respect have differing opinions, and you have to certainly take that into account. I do believe that, especially based upon some of the timelines and the study of the staff, that we are on the right course. Of course, the comments made by Councilmember Rocha and Liccardo are well taken. And I, for one, I'm always one to allow for further public comment and debate. There's always going to be a timeline. There's a decision that has to be made, and there's a time for a decision to be made, and that time is now. But I'm glad that we've had the opportunity to discuss this fully. And, I haven't always, I think that this City Council and City Hall has done a very good job of making our trail system priority. I don't always think that we've done the best we can in terms of preservation or in terms of protection, repairing corridors and what have you, and I've been vocal about that over the years. And so I think that there are some legitimate concerns that we have and should continue to have going forward, particularly when it comes to preservation and the priorities we have when it comes to preservation. And I think in balance, I think that the decision the council has made on this issue has been correct. But I do take very seriously into account the concerns about preservation as a whole and feel that there's certainly still a lot more work to do in this city, throughout the city, in terms of making preservation a priority. In this case, I think it's particularly regarding the analysis done by staff and the funding in order to complete the trail, which I think is of critical importance for us as a city in terms of many of our goals. I think it's important for us to move forward, but I do thank the public for the debate and the discussion and allowing us, hopefully next time, as these issues will continue to come up, to have the debate early and often so that we can come to what I believe is the best decision on any given issue.
Councilmember Herrera.
Thank you, Mayor. I know that the first time I heard about the objections to this, I was very moved. I'm very much concerned about preserving historical buildings, objects, things in our community that take us back and memorialize our history, because they help us know who we are. And there's been a lot of lost opportunities in San Jose to save things that are of historical significance. And so I was ready to go to bat with Larry on this. I went to some meetings. I started to learn about it. I didn't get enough evidence to make me believe that we should go in a different direction. And I wanted to, because I was with you on wanting to preserve this. But one thing I will say, and I'm not going to elaborate on all these things, I think Councilmember Oliverio covered a lot of the facts, and Councilmember Liccardo talked about the need to continually improve our process. And I want to commend staff on everything you've done in terms of the work on this. And we always can improve process and outreach. I want to thank the community for coming forward and all the varieties of opinions that you hold. I have a great deal of respect for the folks that have come today, no matter where you stand on the issue. I guess I just want to suggest one thing, and I don't know if this is possible, but is there a way in this project to, through photographs or through art, somehow retain at least the image of this trestle, some way to incorporate that in the new bridge or the surroundings, at least maybe have some tie to that historic past. I don't know if that's possible, but that's one thought that comes up for me. And the second thing is there's lots of other historic buildings and things that need preserving in San Jose, and I hope members of this group, this audience will be out there helping us save those, because there are other things that are threatened that might be able to be preserved, and I think we need a lot of effort in that regard, and I really support the feeling and the passion of the people here that really want to make sure that we preserve these things. Thank you.
Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had one follow-up question for staff, and I forgot to follow up on it. Someone from my office did give you a call today with a question. I know it's a little outside the box question. It was about leaving the trestle in place and building the bridge, the new bridge, parallel to it and retaining some portion of it. Did you have some further comments on that?
Thank you for the question. What I had mentioned to the earlier today was there's a few concerns I would have with that. One is that we don't own the right-of-way, sufficient right-of-way to do that.
And who does?
I haven't confirmed that yet.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Who could it potentially be?
Could be the water district.
Any other parties that?
There's a lot of private property, but along the Los Gatos Creek Trail, but I'm not sure if it is right there or not.
Okay.
But it could be some private property as well. It would also create a jog in the trail, and it's unlikely we would be able to move forward. Right now, we've already started the process of design, talking to the permanent agencies, et cetera, and a lot of that process, because we know where the new bridge is going to go, the footprint, the shadowing, and on the creek and everything like that. So, and then it would leave correct.
So the jog, or you call it the sharp corner, couldn't you ease into that, given that we have, or would that also require some additional land to bend it out a bit to make sure that it's not a sharp corner?
We haven't done an analysis yet, and I imagine if we kept the trestle and put a bridge next to it, it would require additional land that we don't own right now, is my educated guess on that one. I feel comfortable saying that.
Okay, thank you. And that's one of the regrets that I have, is not having this full discussion and being as engaged as in my opinion, I should have been early on to ask some of these questions on the front end as opposed to after the fact. So thank you for your time.
I think that concludes the council discussion. We do have a motion on the floor. The motion was to approve the Rules Committee minutes. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? No, none opposed. Motion is approved. That concludes item 2.3A. We still have 2.7 as a separate item off of the consent calendar. That's the amendment of legal services among the city retirement boards and Reed Smith. Councilmember KHAMIS, pull that one.
I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention that if we actually had one pension board instead of two, we would be saving a minimum of $750,000 this year and every year. And there's also a lot of other cost savings opportunities by combining the board. Much of this money can go to paying down the pension liability that we have, and I think that we're overlooking millions of dollars annually on this issue, and I think paying twice for the same thing doesn't appeal to me, and I hope it doesn't appeal to the rest of you, and I just wanted to bring it to your attention. Thank you.
All right, is there a motion on 2.7? We have a motion to approve the staff recommendation on 2.7. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. Concluding the consent calendar, unless I've forgotten one, but I think that was the last item. And so we will move to item 3.1, report of the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very briefly, in the interest of time, I first of all want to welcome you all back and hope that not having a meeting last week did allow you to enjoy National Night Out, which I know was very successful. We have been very busy over the summer, and just a few items of note. Jill Bourne is now on board as our library director. Ruben Torres is now our acting fire chief, as Chief McDonald left city service last Friday. Of course, we had the Measure B trial in July. There are still some key milestones which are very important before the judge takes the case under final submission on October 10th. Many positive things happening. Passenger traffic at the airport continued to grow in June for the 6th consecutive month, and we're up nearly 5%, which is good news. Hopefully we stay in that direction. We did receive a U.S. Department of Energy grant that will allow us to focus on developing a technical toolkit for small commercial office and retail buildings. FAA approved funding for the completion of Taxiway W, which is actually quite important in allowing the larger corporate jets to fully utilize the west side of the airport. And then finally, the city's financial books are about to close. Our external auditors are here and have begun their work. This will lead to the publication of the comprehensive annual financial report, as you know, and will provide very important information about the city's general fund, how we ended the year, including over 110 other special and capital funds. This information will be key as we develop our annual report, which is due out on September 30th. And believe it or not, we'll begin the next year's budget process. So again, welcome back. We do expect to have a very busy fall ahead. Thank you, Mayor.
Our next item is 3.4. It's a resolution regarding retiree health care trusts for the IRS ruling request. We have a motion to approve the recommendation. I have one request to speak. Mr. Wall.
Sir, I'd like to thank the City Attorney's Office for having to take on this work. I don't know if it's possible, but I would like to think that long-term health care program for retirees could be added, amended to this request. A lot of people that are retired employees, such as myself, are going to end up needing home care, and it would be interesting to see if at this point we could amend this request to the IRS to have long-term care programs provided tax-free in this program request. Thank you.
That concludes public testimony. We have a motion to approve the resolution. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. The resolution is approved. Item 3.5 is an ordinance implementing changes to federated Tier 2 retiree health care benefits. We have a motion to approve. Alex Gerza has a comment, or perhaps comments.
Thank you. Sorry. Alex Gerza, Deputy City Manager. We're actually requesting a deferral of this item until next week.
Right. Motion is defer for a week. All in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Okay, defer it for a week. See you next week. And in a couple of minutes here. So items 3.6, 7, 8, 9, and 12 are all contracts with our bargaining units, 5 of them. I'd like to take those as a group so staff can make their comments as a group or individually as they see necessary, and we'll take any public testimony and we can, I think, take them in a single motion. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I will kick it off before turning it over to Alex. As you just indicated, we have about 5 contracts where we have reached tentative agreement subject to Council's approval today. We're very, very pleased to bring these before you today. They include MEF, CEO, AMSP, CAMP, and ALP. And it's important to note that 2 of these units at one time were imposed upon, and so we're very appreciative of reaching agreement with our bargaining units, which both the bargaining units as well as the city teams worked very hard to achieve. We do acknowledge that although a 2% wage increase may not be as much as our employees would like, or quite frankly, the city would like to provide at this time, we are grateful for the agreements and the hard work of the teams to get us here today, and are optimistic that this does mark the beginning and not the end of working to restore, although slowly, the wages that had to be cut in order to preserve jobs and services to the community that we serve. And so as we do move ahead, we're hopeful that this first step is one that moves us and our relationship forward between the city and our employees, and it will lead to further collaboration down the road, given that the city and its employees continue to face, really, in my view, quite daunting challenges, including issues surrounding the rising costs of pensions and retiree health care costs, which affect both the city as well as our employees. So with that, I'll turn it over to Alex for a few more comments.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. Alex Gerza, Deputy City Manager. With me is Jennifer Shembry, Deputy Director of Employee Relations. We did have a brief PowerPoint, but we understand there are technical difficulties. So if it doesn't come up, we will post it online. The main thing we wanted to do is recognize the bargaining teams that worked on these 5 contracts. When we issued the council memos and made them available to the public, they were still subject to ratification by the union membership of each bargaining unit. We do want to let you know that the membership of each of these bargaining units have ratified the agreement, so they are now only subject to your approval this afternoon. As you know, and I think it's important for everybody to know, is there's a lot of work that goes into these agreements by the bargaining teams, both on the city side and on the bargaining unit side. Starting with AFSCME, MEF, and CEO, we negotiated with them together, and collectively they represent the largest number of city employees. MEF is the largest bargaining unit. On the city side, we had various people participating in our bargaining team from city departments, since they represent employees in every single city department and service. For example, we had Assistant Director of the Finance Department, Arn Andrews, on our team. Deputy Director Matt Kano, who you saw earlier, was on our bargaining team. Deputy Chief Dave Hober from the Police Department, Carrie Rank from Human Resources, as well as members of the Employee Relations team, Elsa and Marco. I don't want to read all the names that were going to be on the slide for the bargaining unit teams, but I do want to specifically mention and recognize the leadership of AFSCME, Yolanda Cruz, President of MEF, Laverne Washington, President of CEO, and their business agent, Charles Allen. Along with their teams, we really worked very collaboratively together with a spirit of trying to move forward, even despite all of the challenges the city employees and our residents continuing to face. Also wanted to recognize AMSP and CAMP, which is they're affiliated with IFPTE, and Presidents Dale Dapp, Kara Capaldo, and Michael Seville, their business representative, as well as the rest of their team, again put in a tremendous amount of work in the negotiations. With the Association of Legal Professionals, that was handled by Jennifer Shembry, and along with some members of our Employee Relations team, and President Vera Todoroff, Glenn Schwarzbach, and Jennifer Pouchot from the Attorney's Office. So I did want to take a moment, thank you for your time, to recognize the leadership of the bargaining teams that put a lot of work into reaching negotiated agreements that were overwhelmingly ratified by the teams, and we ask that you approve all 5 of these tentative agreements.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to echo my thanks and appreciation to all the bargaining units. Obviously, you've done a lot of work when we're on a break, and if that's what it's going to take for us to come to a compromise and consensus, maybe we should take a longer break for other things to happen. But really, I also want to thank staff for the wonderful work. It's just so great when we're off on break to hear the wonderful news that you sent to us. So I really appreciate everyone coming together. Obviously, we wish that we can, one day restore the 10%, but I think that we're heading toward the right path. And eventually, if our financial circumstances improve, one day that will happen. But I really appreciate the fact that the bargaining units accept the 2% increase. And so I just wanted to thank you for that.
Councilmember KANSEN.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo the same thanks and also make a statement of, what I think is the most important aspect of these agreements, and that is we've really addressed the sick leave payout issue in this is 5 out of 11 bargaining units, so a significant number of our bargaining units, and it's been something that has been on our list for quite a while through the fiscal reform plan and other things, so that we can really address the long-term liabilities of our city, and I think it's really important that we have accomplished that today. So very happy to see that, and I'd like to make a motion to approve all 5.
We have a motion to approve all 5 of these matters. Councilmember CAMIS.
Yeah, I also want to thank Alex and his team for all his hard work and all your hard work on this issue, and it kind of restored my faith in the bargaining. And I also want to applaud the employees for actually being part of the solution instead of being part of the problem. And I appreciate their sacrifices that they've been making over the last couple of years. I want to make that clear, and I appreciate them taking the first step and leading the way. Hopefully that others will follow. And again, thanks. My hat's off to you again.
Councilmember Herrera.
Yeah, I also want to thank staff, Alex and Jennifer, for all the excellent work in putting this together, and especially the leadership of these 5 bargaining units. I think leadership speaks loudly, And in this case, worked quietly and made some really great things happen. And as everyone said, we're moving forward. This is 2% towards the positive, a down payment on restoring the 10%. I think most of us, I think everybody wants that to happen. We just need to move forward in a way that we can do that in a responsible way. So thank you again to the leadership of our bargaining units and to the leadership in our OER staff. Thank you.
Councilmember Liccardo.
Thanks, Mayor. I also want to echo the thanks, particularly Yelena Cruz and Mike Seville and Laverne Washington for all their hard work. I know that really in challenging economic times, fiscal times like this, leadership is really called for more than any other time, and I'm grateful for leadership of these members of the bargaining units and of the efforts of everyone at the table, particularly our staff as well, to find some common ground. And I hope that we're able to be so successful with other members of our workforce as well.
Thank you. 2% is not a lot of money, but it's what we can afford. And I want to thank our workforce for the fact that they've taken a 10% pay cut, not this year, but previous years, and they're still carrying that 10% cut. 2% is a down payment on restoring the 10%, which we'd all like to do as soon as we're financially able to do that. If we hadn't taken the 10% pay cuts, we would have had to lay off another 400 or 500 people. And so it was difficult for everybody, and I'm glad that we can begin the process of adding back some pay to our workers. They deserve it. They've earned it. And as soon as we can afford it, we'll continue to do that. I have one request to speak on these matters. I'll take that testimony now, Mr. Wall.
That's why I offered to increase health care benefits to basically remove all the knives you've placed in city employees' backs. You got to remember, most of this was imposed upon it, so let us strike bargaining from the issue. From the Ask Me point of view, I don't know why our public safety dispatchers don't get 100% for union or for their uniform allowance. I don't even know why they have to wear them since nobody sees them. And higher class pay across Ask Me and the maintenance supervisors should be immediate. Why should they take on excellent or extended responsibilities without compensation with the liabilities they insure? They have to wait for 3 months. That doesn't seem right. And this also applies to camp as well, as far as that higher class pay. The sick leave buyout formula is so convoluted, you'll probably lose any profits you'll save by the accounting nightmares that it creates. Now, as to the Association for Legal Professionals, these folks, first of all, a 2% raise is just backhanding, slapping their faces. I mean, look at the extra work they have to do now with the Environmental Innovation Center. I mean, Mr. Mayor, after all, these attorneys that we've lost, many of them due to these draconian measures, are highly valuable and needed, as all of our city employees are. But they should have a structured cash bonus payout plan to compensate them for having to work extra hours due to the screw-ups of the administration. And in closing, all city employees should have at least an additional 5% raise to deal with the mental anguish they have to deal with on a daily basis because of your ineptitude in running this government. Thank you.
That concludes public testimony. We have a motion to approve the 5 contracts. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Motion is approved. Our next item would be item 3.10, sewer service and use charges and storm sewer service charges for 2013-14.
No report. Mayor, staff is here for questions.
I have one request to speak. Mr. Wall.
As a single-family homeowner, I am reluctant to agree to these charges because they violate California Proposition 218 on its face. I do not pay for the sewage that I deposit into the collection system, but rather an estimate on all other housing products that are out there. One neighbor, my next door neighbor, has 12 people living in a 1,100 square foot house and pays the same rate for sewage. But let's look on a unique aspect of how this fund is used for. For example, the finance department, as we will discuss later today, use part of this money for the Water Pollution Control Income Fund. It's an investment fund in which they use variable rate and fixed rate instruments, and they accrued up to $18 million from their prudent investment, and I thank them very much for their expertise. But does this $18 million come back to the taxpayers, or did it go to paying down the water pollution control plant debt? Well, a large part of it was siphoned off for a discussion matter later in today's soiree about funding the Environmental Innovation Center, which clearly violates Proposition 218 since its money was ratepayers. And furthermore, what do the ratepayers get for this, Mr. Mayor? You yourself, as the head of the Treatment Plant Advisory Committee, you've seen them sit on hundreds of millions of ratepayer dollars at the Water Pollution Control Plant while twiddling and twaddling their thumbs and not doing anything for this money. That means there's contributions have to be repatriated back to the tributary agencies, but I do not see any repatriations back of this money to the ratepayers. So eyebrows should be raised and money should be bought back, and this whole scam about how this is formulated is taken up in December at the Transportation and Environment Committee when they study the rates for residential and non-residential sewage. So you shouldn't even pass this today until that study is complete.
That concludes public testimony on this matter. This is a public hearing on these charges, but we also need to adopt a resolution, place the charges on the tax roll. Is there a motion? We have a motion to approve the staff recommendations. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Motion is approved. Our next item is 4.1, actions related to the building and structure construction tax and commercial residential building tax for downtown commercial or industrial structures. We have a motion to approve the recommendation. One request to speak, Mr. Wall.
Once again, we have a tremendous giveaway program that after today, most people, unless you put a public records request for information, will never understand. Here we poor mouth giving city employees raises because you're poor. And here you throw money at developers saying, build these god-awful high-density living projects downtown that don't have the required car parks, traffic mitigation plans, or something to be ridiculed publicly. Their environmental issues are just flies in the face of your green vision, unless the green vision is money, of course, and that's what we're talking. Given developers not one mulligan, but multiple mulligans to develop the downtown for what? Do we need more people downtown? I live, well, uptown. I certainly don't like coming downtown because it's just a slum. Now, you bring in more people, their cars, their pets, their lifestyles, no thank you. But at a 50% reduction of these taxes and to make it permanent as part of the municipal code, I think you all should take time out and just slap yourselves publicly a few times. I mean, come on, we're talking a lot of money here, and these developers do what? Do we need to do a search of your Form 460s to see who cuts out some checks? I mean, I'm not being crass here or juvenile. We need money for our planning, building, and code enforcement department. We need money for all city departments to run. And we can't give it away so the property owners downtown, the business owners, and can finance your convention center and whatnot, this money. We need every penny we can get. Or stop talking with the bifurcated tongue when it comes to taking care of your employees. I mean, that's the only fair thing to do, right? I mean, to be honest and upfront, but you are being honest and upfront. You're putting this in municipal code, structural change, to where this will live in perpetuity until it's overruled at some later date.
That concludes the public testimony, or at least that's all the cards I have. Councilmember Liccardo, did you have comments on this?
No, but I'm happy just to respond briefly, just to be very clear. This is actually nothing in perpetuity. It's an incentive program for a very short duration till December 2014. This really just corrects, I think, an error in drafting when we approved this several months ago. This, by the way, is entirely focused on employment uses, and we anticipate both there may be commercial projects. I know there's certainly one hotel in the pipeline and others as well that will contribute millions of dollars to the city's general fund as a result of being able to get these projects moving. Prior to the passage of these incentives, we had absolutely no private development moving forward.
I think we pretty clearly demonstrated that 50% of something is a lot more than 100% of nothing, and that the way we've structured our incentives is we're sharing money that we don't have, and if we don't get a project, we get no money, but at least in reduction of these taxes and fees that we've talked about, we've incentivized people to move ahead, and they're going to pay us a lot of money, a lot of taxes over the course of time, much more than the zero that we get if they don't move ahead. So this is a correction to the previously approved action, and so I'm supportive. Councilmember Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for someone. Could someone provide me, I didn't see a map in here, but what are the boundaries of this area?
Kim Wallace, Economic Development Director. I believe it's for any development in the downtown core currently. That's an employment use.
Appreciated. Could you, what is the core, though? I know the definition sometimes changes, so if someone could help me.
Roughly from Dearborn to 280 to San Jose State to Julian.
So 4th, Julian, 280, and then what's that western border? I know you said Dearborn. Is that Autumn Street? Is that 87?
You know, I know there's any regional action.
I can send you the definition. I don't have it exactly unless DOT knows, or one of my other colleagues, Laurel. Exactly.
If someone knows offhand, if not, then I'll take it offline.
It's roughly the Dearborn area.
I'm guessing it's Stockton, but we can check.
Okay. Since said, nice if it, depending where it was, I have a general interest above and beyond the downtown core, so thank you.
Councilor KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm glad there was a clarification that this is not in perpetuity. There's actually an ending date of December 2014. Now, this particular recommendation is to allow for the same incentives for employment-serving uses.
Exactly. We're so excited about the high-rise residential construction downtown. There's over 1,400 units planned, but as you know, we want jobs also and jobs first. So this extends the 50% reduction in construction taxes that we have for high-rise residential. Just clarifies that that also applies to commercial, to the jobs part.
And that was maybe part of the intent, but it wasn't clarified in the original drafting.
Exactly.
But then it shows a date. My recollection was that the incentive for the residential was through this year, December 2013.
Actually, you extended it, the residential incentive, through December of 2014.
That was the action earlier this year.
Yes.
Okay.
So with this action, you're also just making it consistent. So the commercial incentive will also be through December of 2014.
And I just want to make it really clear by voting on this action, it's only voting for the employment-serving uses.
That's
this
correct.
Is not, action's already been taken on residential.
That's correct.
And the reason why I want to clarify that is that I voted against the incentive for residential, especially coming out of the recession, giving a tax break incentive for residential. I felt was not appropriate action, but for employment serving, as I have supported these types of actions for North San Jose, for Edenville, I'm happy to do it for downtown as well. I think that if we're bringing employment serving uses that build our tax base as opposed to residential, I think it is certainly more appropriate for us to take that kind of action if we can incentivize that kind of building, whether it be in the downtown, and frankly, if there are other, and I know there have been different specific programs that have come forward, the North San Jose and so on, as staff deems appropriate and the timing is appropriate, and we, because of that, have allowed for expansions of campuses in different parts of the city, and so that opportunity may also exist in the downtown. The downtown has a little unique characteristic where it could be more hotels or different types of employment services in addition to hopefully corporate offices and what have you. But I think in this case, since it's separate from the residential incentive, I'll be able to support it.
Councilmember Herrera.
I couldn't be happier to support something that's going to help get more jobs and hopefully get a few more cranes in the air. San Francisco to our north, as Councilmember Liccardo has pointed out many times, is alive with the cranes everywhere with building, and we want to see that happen for companies that are going to put more jobs in San Jose. And I just wondered, Kim, if you could comment on how successful these other incentive programs have been in other areas, North San Jose, where we've had some economic incentives to incent jobs and companies.
This is proving to be a really important tool in a post-redevelopment world. And so what you've done with these time-limited, very focused incentives, it's certainly made a difference with residential high-rise downtown. It's certainly making a difference with new development in North San Jose. And it's certainly making a difference with the leasing of office R&D space. So I'm so confident that these kinds of targeted, focused incentives, when we draw attention to them, things happen. And it's the right time in the economic cycle to keep doing this.
So they've been proven successful, and we expect it's going to happen again with this. So happy to support this.
Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. So Kim, you had talked about, one of the byproducts of this is we're creating jobs. Do you have any sense of how many local jobs this creates or are projected to create? Again, and I know Mr. Wall will have a field day with us in a few minutes when we talk about Applegate Johnson, but that's an example of a builder that's from out of the area, and we're basically paying for it. It's great to have incentives for to spur development and economic development in our city, but if it's not folks that are from here spending here, then what's the point? So do you have any sense of that?
I don't have a strict sense of that, but I do know there's two effects. And so what we hope to see is hotels and potentially office development, conceivably through this incentive. So, it's bringing back good construction opportunities for people, but it's also, say, once a hotel is operational or an office building is up, it's the good ongoing jobs, and that helps correct our jobs housing imbalance and makes it easier for our local people to work closer to where they live.
But construction is ongoing jobs. If we continue to have folks that are local building this valley, you can't look at constructions as temporary jobs. You have to look at them as ongoing jobs, because those folks also contribute to this economy.
Yeah.
And this economy doesn't recover unless folks can participate in the economy as consumers. So it would be helpful, and we could do this offline if you might be able to give us some statistics as to what we might be able to expect in terms of those jobs being local.
Yes, and it's so terrific that the construction sector is so strong now. We had very high unemployment rates in construction, and our local construction residents are really benefiting now from all the activity in San Jose and the region.
Thank you.
That concludes the commentary from the council, I believe. We have a motion to approve. On that motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Our next item, 4.2, Airport Building Height Ordinance on Airport Property. Second. We have a motion to approve. I have some requests to speak. We'll take public testimony at this time. Ash Parayu, David Wall.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Welcome back from your summer break, excuse me. My name is Ash Parayu with the law firm of Rutan & Tucker, located at 3000 El Camino Real, Suite 200 in Palo Alto. On behalf of our client, SJJC Aviation Services, I request that the correspondence from our firm, which was submitted on August 12th and August 13th to the City Council, be made part of the official administrative record of this hearing by the City Clerk and the City Council. The zoning amendment relating to heights at the airport is in violation of CEQA and other laws for the reasons submitted in our 2 letters, notwithstanding staff's assertions otherwise. In short, we believe there is insurmountable mountain of evidence in the record before you that clearly illustrates 2 key points. 1, this amendment to increase the maximum height at the airport on the structures on the west side has never gone any CEQA review, not in your GP 2040 EIR, not in your GP 2020 EIR, and not in your Airport Master Plan EIR. Second, this amendment is not some innocent standalone cleanup ordinance of the zoning code as described before the Planning Commission, but rather a specific effort by the city to facilitate the signature FBO project approved in April of 2013, resulting in illegal piecemealing under CEQA and other applicable laws. The city must set aside its previous premature decisions in April approving the first steps of this project and conduct a new legally appropriate environmental review, including the preparation of an EIR evaluating the entire project as a whole. Thank you.
David Wall.
Where learned counsel has just presented a unique argument, I consider, Mr. Mayor, your efforts with Signature Aircraft to be very significant, with the Director of Aviation to assist the airport from not going into insolvency. I think you've done an outstanding job with Signature, sir. I do not particularly like a 50-year commitment on anything, but nevertheless, that's a very minor concern on your accomplishment in this area. This council has heard these arguments before, and even though I think previous speakers' comments should be reviewed, I think our learned attorney has already reviewed this in toto, and the project should go forward with Signature. I caution myself, in a way, not to basically state that the former complaint is nothing more than a variation of sour grapes. Atlantic Aviation had ample opportunity to present their program. For whatever reason, their program wasn't accepted. Signature was. I think, Mr. Mayor, and this council should be complimented on enticing these corporate aircraft to come into our airport and save it from insolvency. And also, I would like to thank the Director of Aviation, and also I would like to him think about rethinking his retirement, because we need his expertise for some time to come. Thank you.
Includes public testimony. Councilmember Herrera.
Thank you. I had some questions for staff in terms of the ordinance that we're considering today, and the question is, is there any possibility of expediting the time frame? Because I know that this was an unforeseen, I think, need to create this ordinance when we were negotiating with Signature, and it's going to cause a delay, I think, in their construction and opening. And so could you address that? Like, what do we think the delay is, and is there any way to expedite this process or anything we can do?
Thank you, Councilmember Laurel Prevetti, Assistant Director for Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. Before you is the first reading of an ordinance proposing to change the height. If it is the will of the council, we could ask for the second reading to occur next week, which would then expedite and then make the ordinance effective 30 days after that.
Councilmember, it is a one-week turnaround, so it's scheduled to come back next Tuesday.
Great. Yeah, I just think as much as we can do to expedite it, that will help Signature move forward on their plans. I think the council's already voted and supported this project moving forward. It's an exciting project. It's going to help us deal with providing services that are long overdue at our airport, and help us towards the debt retirement that we need to be thinking about with regard to the long-term viability of this airport. So whatever we can do, I'm very supportive of this. I'm not sure how we ended up needing to put this in here. It seems like it's something that should have been in the airport master plan. It does seem like a cleanup issue to me, but we need to move forward so that we can get this project moving. And I would move approval of this.
I think we have a motion.
Is there already a motion?
We have a motion on the floor. Right, clerk, we have a motion. Okay, we have a motion. All right, Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff, just real quick, and it might be maybe a question for Bill, if you might want to come down. Well, let me ask one question of Laurel. So, Laurel, for adjacent properties to the airport, would that give them the automatic ability to increase height in a development? For example, a hotel that perhaps might have been capped at 50 feet, would they then, if someone wanted to put a hotel, would they be be able to go higher?
Councilmember, the proposed ordinance affects a very limited area. It's the area bounded by 101, 880, 87, and then the essentially Coleman. So the private development opportunities are really on the west side of our own airfield. So what we're proposing to do is essentially have a single height allowance that would be defined by the airspace requirements of the Federal Administration, Aerospace Administration, so there would be a consistent height instead of a bifurcation of the northern portion of this area having a limitation of 50 feet only for private development and something different for our airport operations. So this is essentially providing a uniform ability for heights to go to that maximum FAA allowance. And we do have an exhibit showing what other private development opportunities are in the Rincon South and nearby areas, but the focus of this ordinance is really just the airport property.
So, for example, it wouldn't affect, I know that there's a bunch of property next to the earthquake stadium, and I know that we had looked at potentially hotels going up there. That wouldn't affect that.
No, that area is already.
It already has
the same FAA.
Okay.
So again, we're just trying to make sure we've got some consistency in terms of what our height allowances are for that area. That is consistent with the general plan, the current general plan, as well as our prior general plan that explicitly mentioned airport safety as a criterion for height, as well as the airport master plan.
Okay, and then for Bill, I guess the question I would have, and this would go back to these, when the RFP came out for potential operators, would this oversight have affected how someone might have applied for those RFPs, knowing that there's a 50-foot height limit on buildings, and the winning bidder, obviously had, knew that they had bigger planes. They had 757s and 767s, and those aren't going to fit in 50-foot tall buildings. Would that have affected how people might have responded?
I don't think so, Councilmember. All the documentation that's been done since the 2005-06, early in the Terminal Area Improvement Program, when we first proposed moving the long-term parking lot over to the terminal to free up this land, all the discussions that the airport has had, all the environmental review, has all been predicated on large aircraft occupying the land. Was originally intended for cargo development, which had much higher environmental impacts. We kind of down zoned it to general aviation, knowing that general aviation was going to be fewer aircraft, but larger aircraft. In all the conversations and all the structure of the RFP, it was all anticipated that large corporate aircraft, the business jets of the 737, the 757, the 767, and even larger, the Fries have a 747. All of that was really the focus of conversation for that property. So this zoning ordinance, I think, was an oversight that no one caught, but all of our review, all of our intention, all of our conversations with all the proposers and all environmental review was predicated on the larger aircraft.
Okay, so then they could have proposed,
Yes.
larger buildings, and okay,
Yes.
those are my questions. Thank you.
Councilor Constant.
Thanks. I just wanted to ask Rick if you had anything you wanted to add for us or put on the record based on this lengthy packet we received late yesterday.
No, I'll invite staff if they want to add anything, but I think the record is replete with a lot of documentation. I think Mr. Perayu has submitted things into the record. I think all of staff's responses are part of the record, and council said the full benefit to review that. And if there's any specific questions, I know staff is well prepared to address them.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that if there was anything that you wanted to add, we had a chance to talk about it. I'll just say that I continue to remain very supportive of this area of the airport and the promise it has for our city and the large investment that is being made on the airport property and the long-term positive impact that it's going to have not only on the airport property but on our city as a whole. And just kind of restate my disappointment that the RFP process led to what I think is one of the biggest problems with our CEQA laws, is led to unnecessary legal wrangling. And I hope that the council stays firm that we stay on this path because it is the best thing for our city.
Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. I had two items for clarification. One was the two public hearings that were on the same date and some concern raised by whether it's the public or even some of our planning commissioners. And I'm trying to better understand, and I think you alluded to it a little bit earlier about timing issue on our side or maybe an applicant's side. Can you speak a little bit to that and why we were comfortable proceeding with two public hearings on the same night? I know our interest has always been pretty publicly providing public access and opportunities for the public to comment on things, so why wouldn't we have changed the date? And I know there was some mention to it, but I'd like to ask that now.
Of course, and we appreciate the ability to put this on the record. On July 24th, I believe the date was, the city's Planning Commission held its public hearing on the proposed ordinance. As you know, the Planning Commission provides a recommendation to all of you. They are not the decision maker for proposed ordinances. That was the same evening of the Airport Land Use Commission. It's their hearing, and they heard our item. Our staff, another one of our staff members was able to attend. The Airport Land Use Commission made their action, and they found that this proposed height change is consistent with the airport land use plan. So it does, while it was the same date, this is actually the key decision point because you are the decision maker. And so now this is the opportunity for the public to restate their concerns. And I think by evidence of Mr. Parayu's letters and participation, he's had ample opportunity to provide his case to the city council.
I appreciate that, but commissions, our city commissions, are also not binding in generally speaking, so we still wouldn't have two hearings or two meetings, so to speak, on the same night, and would try to avoid that. As I'm still left with that same question of, once we realize that, why would we not have delayed the hearing on our side if that was a problem?
Yeah, we actually work with our county as we work with the Land Use Commission, so it's really working with our county counterparts and making sure that we can work to get that scheduled. I know it's a little bit awkward, but it's a different question. For the Airport Land Use Commission, the question was consistency with the Airport Land Use Plan. The question before our Planning Commission was the actual ordinance itself, and should we align the parameters for the airport height to be consistent with the environs. So there's kind of two separate questions.
Appreciate that clarification. I see the difference you're speaking about. I'm still left with why did we not delay just to avoid any kind of issue? Was there some item on our end that was pushing us?
Well, again, economic development is a priority for San Jose, and so we wanted to make sure that we had the ability to bring this height change to you at the earliest possible time. We did have to comply with state law in terms of bringing it to the Airport Land Use Commission, and so we did that. State law allows for again, you are the first decision maker, so it is possible to have commission meetings, two commission meetings on the same evening. But again, in terms of consistency with the general plan and really making sure that we can have the critical investments that we need on our airport lands, we felt that in this particular case, it was justified.
Okay, it kind of leads me to my last question or reason, more interested in clarification on this. And I'm kind of reading through these, forgive me if I don't recall which document it was, but the impression is that we're moving in this direction for a particular development, but then the statement is that we're not moving in this direction for a particular development. This is an oversight and intended in the beginning. So I'm kind of stuck in the middle of two. Did a particular development initiate this on our side that brought it to our attention? And I'm getting the impression that that is the case, but it seems like we're trying to avoid saying that publicly. Am I confused here?
Well, I think when you, and I do have a diagram that I can
Yeah, the ones in my document were the white, black and white.
I know,
is
they're a
very
little bit confusing, so we tried to do something that's a little bit clearer just to show you all of the different heights in and around the airport vicinity, and I appreciate the support So as this diagram comes up, you'll see that there are places, so you'll see the airport operations kind of north of the dashed line has the current regulation, which has a bifurcated height allowance. If it's for airport operations or city facilities, then the maximum allowable height is determined through the FAA process. However, if it's a private development or a private lease on those same properties, then there's a limitation of 50 feet. Just to the south of the dotted line, there's already the ability for development, whether public or private, to go all the way up to 150 feet or the FAA limitation. And then across Coleman, you'll see the blue area, which says FAA height. That essentially is the site of the Earthquakes Future Stadium and other places. So just within this vicinity, bounded by 101, 87, and 880, you can see there's this confusion of why do we have different heights in this area. So admittedly, it's a cleanup that we should have caught actually 2 ordinances ago when we were aligning the zoning code with the new general plan to put all of the height regulations into the zoning code. Put it in one place, get it out of the general plan, let's put it all in zoning. And quite honestly, it was an oversight by staff. You know, we apologize for the confusion. It so happened that the occurrence of a particular lease brought it to our attention. But regardless, you can see we have other land that would clearly benefit from this height change. So while there may be a particular user of interest, there's a broader policy question, and it's that broader policy question that's before you today.
Okay, thank you. And one last question for you mentioned it was always contemplated to have heights above 50 to accommodate, I guess, hangar space for airplanes that would need a higher threshold, I guess, for the hangar. How does this affect, or does it affect the other FBOs at all? In any disadvantage, advantage, if you wouldn't mind sharing?
Yeah. Councilmember, quite honestly, I would echo what Laurel said, that, you know, we thought the whole airport was in the yellow, 100, you know, what FAA would allow. And albeit that this development triggered it, there's a lot more property. The property is 44 acres, and Signature's only taking 29 or 30 acres, so there's still a lot of other property that will benefit from this action. So I can tell you it absolutely is cleanup. It was an oversight. It was not intentional, albeit that this development triggered it. It's something that we would have done anyway had we known this situation existed.
Okay, and is there any effect on the existing FBOs in your opinion?
No, because they're pretty much south of the dotted line. It's close, but they're pretty much south of the dotted line.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think that concludes the council discussion. That's all the requests I have to speak. We have a motion to approve the recommendation. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Motion is approved. Our next item, 4.3, it's an administrative hearing and consideration of appeals of environmental determination and a land use decision. The sequence on this, so I'll let staff explain what's going on. We'll hear from the appellant and then the respondent, if the respondent cares to speak. And then we'll take public testimony and see what staff has to say. But did staff want to start with some comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The item before you does have 2 parts. One is the appeal of the environmental documentation for the proposed vesting tentative map, and the second is the appeal of the vesting tentative map itself. In plain speak, a vesting tentative map would allow 1 South Market, which is a high-rise residential development, to essentially have condominium individual sale of the units. With me this afternoon is Sylvia Doe, our Development Services Project Expediter, and she has a brief presentation for you which defends both the environmental documentation as well as the action for the subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. So as Laurel mentioned, there are 2 items before you this afternoon. The first part related to this appeal is regarding the environmental determination. And just to briefly reiterate staff's recommendation, the project complies with the California Environmental Quality Act. Furthermore, the environmental impacts of this project were addressed by a previously adopted mitigated negative declaration. The project does not result in new avoidable significant impacts that were not previously analyzed as part of the adopted mitigated negative declaration. No new mitigation measures have been added that are required by CEQA. And lastly, the recirculation of the negative declaration or additional environmental review is not required pursuant to CEQA. And related to the second item this afternoon regarding the subdivision decision, the project complies with the Subdivision Map Act and Title 19 of the Municipal Code. The project is consistent with the General Plan Land Use Transportation Diagram designation of downtown as required per state law. The project is consistent with the General Plan Land Use policies in that it proposes high-density residential development in the downtown area to support key transit infrastructure, cultural activities, as well as employment uses. The project is also consistent with stormwater treatment requirements set forth by the Regional Water Quality Control Board and City Council Policy 6-29, in that 100% of stormwater runoff is treated prior to its entry into storm drains, streams, and rivers. And lastly, the project complies with the California Environmental Quality Act in that the environmental impacts of this project, again, were addressed by a previously adopted mitigated negative declaration. And for these reasons, staff recommends that the City Council uphold the Planning Director's decision of environmental determination of consistency with the previously adopted mitigated negative declaration, as well as uphold the Planning Director's decision to approve the vesting tentative map. And just for background information, the site development permit for this 23-story high-rise development was previously approved by the Planning Director in March of 2013, as well as the respective mitigated negative declaration that is being discussed today as well. And so the appeal period for that site development permit, as well as the M&D, has passed, and no appeals for the land use decision or the environmental decision at that time were filed. And so again, just to reiterate, the matter before you this afternoon is just the appeal of the environmental determination of the vesting tentative map, as well as the vesting tentative map itself to allow for the condominium conversion. Thank you.
What we have, this is an administrative hearing, so there's no recommendation in front of us. What we have is first an appeal, and then we'll hear from the appellant, and then we'll hear from the project applicant or proponent, and we're going to take these together, both matters at one time for any comments and testimony that people may have, and then we'll take up a vote and decide what to do. So based on the cards I have, I believe the appellant is going to be represented here to start off by Ellen Trescott. The appellant has 5 minutes, and then we'll give the applicant 5 minutes, and then we'll take public testimony.
It's perfect. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Ellen Trescott. I represent the Santa Clara and San Benito Construction and Building Trades Council, its affiliated unions, and their members and their families in San Jose and the surrounding communities, including approximately 15,000 members in the city of San Jose. Yesterday, we submitted a response to the staff report for this item. I have extra copies with me if you need them. But to summarize, our response is this. Although staff acknowledges that our appeal points have merit, the staff report acknowledges that the in lieu affordable housing fee was grossly undercalculated. The staff report acknowledges that a transportation demand management program, or TDM program, will be required for this project, and that a construction stormwater permit is required for this project. These are all issues that came up after the original project approval and came up in light of this vesting tentative map approval. Despite that acknowledgement, simple acknowledgement in a staff report is not enough. And furthermore, the staff report refuses to incorporate mitigation measures that were suggested by us and by other agencies without providing any substantial evidence that those mitigation measures are infeasible. We ask the Council to grant our appeal on 3 grounds. First, after-the-fact mitigation is not allowed under CEQA, especially for a project like this that was approved only on a mitigated negative declaration. Second, the city's refusal to incorporate mitigation regarding unbundled parking and biotreatment of stormwater for the life of the project without substantial evidence that that mitigation is infeasible is something that requires first preparation of an EIR. And third, the staff report can't simply acknowledge vaguely that a TDM program or a stormwater construction permit might be required or will be required for this project. It has to further flesh out what that TDM program will look like. For instance, the provision of parking passes, which the applicant, not parking, but excuse me, transit passes or eco passes, that the applicant has now agreed to. Will those be in perpetuity? Will they be for the residents and the employees? These things need to be fleshed out, and more importantly, they need to be made binding conditions of approval of this project, not simply a byline in the staff report. Let me turn to the failure to incorporate the requested mitigation. With regard to unbundled parking, this is a standard measure in TDM programs, which is, again, the Transportation Demand Management programs, throughout the Bay Area for projects like this that are high-density residential mixed-use projects sited near, in this case, a BART station. The concept of unbundled parking is simple. You don't tie each residential unit to a parking space. Instead, you unbundle the two and you market the parking spaces separately from the residential units. What that does is it provides the incentive for residents and employees to use transit rather than pay for parking. This measure was not only requested by the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority, but the city's general plan policies encourage unbundled parking, as does the city's draft implementation policy for the city's greenhouse gas reduction strategy. Staff's response to this proposed measure is simply that it's legally not required yet in the city of San Jose. This is not a sufficient reason under CEQA to reject a mitigation measure. If the city refuses or continues to refuse to incorporate this requested measure, it must first prepare an EIR. Similarly, the construction stormwater permit, the other requested mitigation we asked for, the city is required under its larger permit for stormwater throughout the city with the Regional Water Board and under CEQA to ensure that projects aren't constructed without the appropriate stormwater permits. Now, construction stormwater permits require basic protective measures that will help reduce the impacts of this project on the nearby creek and the bay. The staff report simply says that the applicant has now applied for a permit. But what the city should do is add that condition of approval and mitigation measure as a binding requirement before construction of the project proceeds. Again, refusal to incorporate this should require an EIR. Finally, regarding operational stormwater, or the stormwater that will be generated by this project throughout its lifetime, the city does allow certain projects like this to apply for credits to reduce its low-impact development methods or methods to treat stormwater that are considered the best or up to par. But this policy makes clear that those measures must be found infeasible before they can be waived. Here, the project is going to treat stormwater runoff from its main building using biotreatment, which is basically flow-through planters that reduce pollutants before they're discharged to the nearby creek. But the applicant has refused to do that for the multi-story parking structure that it will construct next to the main building. The only excuse or the only explanation, it says, is that there are, quote, site constraints. But it's hard to imagine what kind of site constraints would be possible or applicable for a project that's going to be built on a vacant lot. Thank you.
And I'll allow the applicant 5 minutes to speak if they wish to speak. I think that's Market Street Tower Ventures.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Mark Tersini, KT Properties. KT Properties is the construction manager for 1 South Market Street. And we appreciate the council's foresight to provide what was talked about earlier today, incentives allowing us the opportunity to actually build a project in downtown San Jose. The project is under construction. This is a tentative map that's in front of you today and the environmental review that took place that was approved by the Director of Planning. When this project is under full song, we will have approximately 200 employees or workers per day on site, and we'll have approximately 1,000 workers on the project throughout its construction duration. Just as a side note, the project will have approximately 70% union construction for this particular project, and that's how it's currently budgeted. We believe that staff has conducted a thorough review and adequately addressed the appeal, and we respectively request that the council provide a favorable support of the tentative map and the environmental review before you. I do have in the audience with me Shannon George, who is with David Powers and Associates that conducted the environmental review for the project, if the council has any further questions. And I also have in the audience Pete Smith with Charles Davidson and Associates, our civil engineer, that could address, if need be, the stormwater questions that were raised by the appellant. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, you have some time left. You can have it later if you want to respond after we've taken the public testimony. So let's move now to the public testimony. I have a few cards if people want to speak. Each speaker will have 2 minutes. Neil Struthers, Bill Guthrie, David Wall.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, City Council. My name is Neil Struthers. I'm the Executive Officer of the Building Construction Trades Council for Santa Clara and San Benito counties. First of all, let me say that the building trades support high-rise construction in San Jose, and particularly in downtown. We supported the original high-rise incentive program, and we supported its recent expansion. But what we don't support are developers who seek out additional profits by hurting workers and the environment. Bringing in subcontractors who bring in lesser skilled, lower paid workers from Sacramento hurts all local workers in the construction industry. Additionally, it hurts other city constituents by not having those dollars recirculating in our local economy. Unfortunately, there are no laws to prevent this from happening, and we will deal with that separately. However, there are laws to protect the public as a whole, and construction workers and their families are part of that public, from the negative environmental impacts on our community from unmitigated projects like this. As you heard, this project has already started construction and has its permit. And let me be clear, we support the construction of this tower. What we are challenging is their nonconformance with the mitigated negative declaration that had them underpaying significantly their affordable housing fee, not following their transportation mitigation plan, in fact, not even having one, and not seeking the proper permits from the Regional Water Quality Control Board. Now, there are other developers who have and will build downtown, who have and will get a much different treatment than this, and that's not fair. They will prepare an EIR, most likely. They will pay their fair share for affordable housing, and they'll seek all the proper permits and properly mitigate their traffic and environmental issues. We want and expect a level playing field as it relates to building a project in San Jose. We expect there to be a consistent application of the policies and laws of this city and state. Regardless of my own opinion on CEQA, it is the law, and it should be applied evenly to everyone. Thank you.
Bill Guthrie, and then David Wall.
Guess I should have sat a little closer there. Honorable members of the council, my name is Bill Guthrie, and I am an elected representative of UA Local 393, which represents over 2,300 union plumbers and pipe fitters throughout Santa Clara County. I'm also a resident of downtown San Jose in Councilman Liccardo's district, a husband, a father, and a homeowner. It is from that standpoint, I can tell you firsthand that the economic recession of the last several years, in no uncertain terms, hurt people. Construction workers, whether in a union or not, experienced unemployment levels in excess of 40%. But behind those percentages are a very real human cost of families being hurt and of children being hurt. Though the South Bay has begun to see some recovery in the construction industry, many other places have not. While there is some increase in construction work here, there is also an increase in out-of-state and out-of-area construction contractors coming and beating out local businesses that employ local people that contribute to the local tax base. The creation of construction jobs is great news for construction workers that have gone with no work for so long. But as Councilman Campos asked, construction jobs for whom? For the construction workers that live here, that send their children to school here, that coach soccer here? For construction workers paid a fair wage that one can live on in San Jose, one of the most expensive cities to live in the country? When looking at One South Market project, the answer would be no to the above. We already know that much of the work has been awarded to contractors from Sacramento, contractors that bring construction workers with them that displace local workers while simultaneously undermining local wages and exploiting the workforce. For that reason, I ask you to please support the appeal of One South Market before you. Thank you.
David Wall.
Sir, the appellant raises very significant issues. First up, the unbundled parking issue. This is part of item 4.1 that I've talked about earlier about the 50% reduction in construction taxes. This isn't pro-environment. This is just a scam to squeeze residents for more money. The affordable housing issue, which I've literally mocked to death, is proven once again to be publicly ridiculed. Whether or not the actual costs are accurate is one thing. The ability to buy your way out of it is another. Just get rid of affordable housing requirements in toto, and if people don't like it, tell them to move to Afghanistan. The TMD, the traffic management program, is illusory, and for this council to accept it shows the unbridled hypocrisy of this council with reference to taking away city employee eco passes. The municipal regional storm drain permit is now at issue. The building itself has an engineering defect because best practices aren't used. What should be done, Mr. Mayor, as chairman of the Treatment Plant Advisory Committee, you should make inquiries whether this building design could be plumbed directly into the sanitary sewer and make this project a permitted building. In other words, they pay for extra sewage treatment during wet weather flows and the contaminants that gather on their roof for treatment, versus unlimited discharge into the Guadalupe River. As far as the TMD again is once concerned, people are going to have their cars, their motorcycles, or whatever. And this adds another layer of pollutants that the appellant failed to address specifically, but overall, the appellant is correct on all facts. Therefore, I would suggest that you not allow this project to go forward. In my own personal opinion, I hope the investors lose their shirts.
That concludes the public testimony. The applicant had some time left of their 5-minute allocation. Does the applicant wish to add anything to applicant's presentation? Okay. I'd like to bring this back to the staff for any additional staff comments or anything you wanted to add that they've heard in testimony they want to clarify.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the appellant raised 3 issues this afternoon, first of which is that after-the-fact mitigation is not allowed under CEQA. First off, with relation to the 2 specific quote-unquote mitigations that the appellant is referring to is related to the Transportation Demand Management Program, and then secondly, related to stormwater treatment. Both of those requirements are not mitigation measures. The greenhouse gas emissions, as analyzed as part of the mitigated negative declaration, was found to be a less than significant impact. The TDM program that is called out as a condition of approval in the MND is in furtherance of further reducing greenhouse gas emission measures. The lack of a TDM program does not result in additional significant impacts to greenhouse gas emissions to the environment. And secondly, with regards to stormwater treatment, the Regional Water Quality Control Board has requirements through the municipal regional permit in which the city is a permittee and must comply with. So the stormwater treatment requirements that the appellant raised, those are regulatory requirements and again are not mitigation measures that would affect the CEQA environmental determination that staff has previously made. That is also in relation to the second comment that the appellant has raised with regards to additional feasible mitigation. Again, those 2 items are not mitigation measures. Lastly, the third item is that the city has not incorporated its changes into the vesting tentative map as strict conditions of approval. The draft resolution for this vesting tentative map includes 2 conditions that would address those 2 items. Firstly, I'll just read it verbatim. Condition number 10, the draft language with regards to transportation demand management program indicates that the following TDM measures will be implemented by the building owner and coordinated with future tenants occupying the project development. A transit kiosk will be provided in the lobby of the building to provide tenants with up-to-date information on available transit in the downtown area, including bus, rail, and bicycle and car sharing programs. The kiosk will be maintained by the leasing office. And then B, a transit incentive program will be implemented which will provide residents with eco-passes, Clipper cards, or an equivalent transit pass. One pass will be provided per residential unit upon request by the tenant. Passes will be distributed and managed by the leasing office. And with regards to the second condition of approval, and that's related to the Regional Water Quality Control Board's construction general permit, the permit condition language states, if the project disturbs 1 or more acres of soil, subdivider shall obtain a construction general permit from the Regional Water Quality Control Board. And again, as indicated in the staff report, the applicant has already applied for such permit with the Regional Water Quality Control Board. And lastly, one comment that was raised by the member of the public is with regards to the affordable housing plan. Also, as indicated in the staff report, the affordable housing plan has been revised and approved by the housing department to comply with the city's affordable housing policy. And that affordable housing plan has been signed and agreed to by the project applicant. Thank you.
Thank you, staff. I guess it's time for some council discussion and debate. Before we get into that, I want to disclose that in preparation for this meeting, my staff or I had communications with Essex Property Trust, KT Properties, and Neil Struthers of the building trades. One thing that's interesting to me on this is it's not really about the environment. So staff, why can't we just deal with this Sacramento worker thing and just prohibit people from Sacramento coming down here to work on projects, which appears to be the crux of the issues?
Well, I think it's been acknowledged that there are no laws against that, and there couldn't be laws against that because the United States Constitution protects people from, you have freedom of travel, you have the Commerce Clause that prevents interstate commerce, and you have what's called the Privileges and Immunities Clause, which protects people to have rights in the different states. So the short answer is the Constitution prohibits that.
Well, we can't do it straightforward, can't do it constitutionally, so now we're down to CEQA, using CEQA to get extractions out of people through this process. I think that's the wrong use of CEQA. It's not about the environment, it's about other issues. And while the other issues obviously are important to people, this is an environmental process that I think is just an abuse of the environmental process. Not that it's not ever been done before, but I don't think we ought to play into it. This is a project that got an approval at the director's hearing on February 27th. The permit was signed, the development permit was signed March 1st. It's under construction. It's a $130 million project with 1,000 construction jobs. 70% of them will be union jobs. And the crane is on the site. It's underway. And so I'm not at all interested in starting over for any reason. Whether or not we want people from Sacramento, I prefer to have people from San Jose working on the job, Santa Clara County working on the job as opposed to Sacramento, but that's really something beyond our ability to deal with in any circumstance, and we certainly shouldn't do it under the environmental review provisions here. Councilmember Liccardo.
Thanks, Mayor. I just had a few questions. First of all, with regard to parking requirements and unbundled parking, I know there are two separate issues that are raised here. One regarding TDM requirements, urging a requirement for unbundled parking. And then subsequently, we see with regard to the vesting map issue, the tentative map, we're urged to require 1.5 parking spaces per unit as we would for a condominium. Are these requests consistent?
Yes, so the TDM measure program does not, as stated in the draft resolution, does not require unbundled parking.
I understand that. I'm asking a slightly different question.
Oh, I'm sorry, could you repeat
Yeah.
that question?
Typically, environmental advocates push for things like unbundled parking. They usually don't push for things like requiring more parking, as if we're building condos. And I'm just trying to understand, are we supposed to be doing both? Is that what we're being urged to do here?
So the project that was approved as part of the site development permit in February met the minimum parking requirements, which minimum requires one parking space for every one residential unit. And the project actually proposes more parking spaces than is minimally required by the city. If the vesting tentative map were to be approved, the parking requirements that would be required is for every one residential unit, 1.5 parking spaces would be required. And so as part of the draft resolution, there is a permit condition indicating that if the project were to proceed with the condominium conversion, that additional parking requirement would have to be met. Does that answer the question?
No, but that's okay.
Oh, sorry.
Let me give it a try. I think what's going on here is that there was an expectation that we would consider unbundled parking and meet the minimum parking requirements. And I think as staff has noted for the record, there are many ways to approach our parking requirements, and there is not a specific requirement for unbundled parking. So there are other techniques, and using echo passes and clipper passes get to the same place of how do we reduce the number of cars, how do we reduce parking spaces consistent with our zoning code. So unbundled parking is one approach, but it's not the only approach.
And certainly we're requiring echo passes or clipper cards as a mandate in this project, is that right?
That's correct.
Would requiring more parking, for instance, is required if it were a condominium, 1.5 spaces, would that be typically part of a TDM plan to require more parking rather than less?
Well, I think as we've all discussed in other forums, our goal is to really reduce the amount of parking and really try and find and encourage reductions in parking. And I think the more recent code changes were reducing that parking requirement. And so what we're trying to do is walk that line with this project and with the condominium of how do we continue to get the mode shift that we all want while still being consistent with our codes. And I think this is a great case in point of where San Jose needs to go in the future in terms of further reducing the minimum parking requirements.
Thanks, Laurel. And then with regard to the inclusionary housing fee, as I understand it, as long as the project is rental as a result of state judicial decisions, we do not impose any inclusionary affordable fee in lieu. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
That's correct.
Okay. If it becomes ownership, that is the flip to the condo map, we originally calculated it would be a $2 million fee. In fact, the fee is $2.4 million. Is that what's happening here?
That's correct.
Okay. So we changed the numbers, and I appreciate their raising that discrepancy to light. Now we've got the right figure in there. And I guess it would be a requirement that they have the RWQCB stormwater permit before they build. Is that correct? In other words, can they build without a permit?
That requirement is required by the Regional Water Quality Control Board, regardless of whether this remains as a rental unit project or for sale, like unit project. So as I mentioned earlier, the applicant has already applied for that permit, so that is underway.
But whether we require the permit or not, they'd still be legally required to have the permit.
Correct. And regardless of that, staff has added that additional condition of approval should the project disturb more than 1 acre of soil. So.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And then I appreciate Mr. Strother's candor about the issues that are at stake here. I guess just a question for Rick. Would it be lawful for the council to utilize the selection of non-union labor as a basis for making a decision on this appeal?
No, it wouldn't.
Thank you. I recognize those are issues really at the root of all this. I think it's important also to recognize, as we're struggling to try to see how we can get construction projects moving right now in this very narrow window that we have right now, we're seeing rapidly rising costs throughout the industry because we are seeing an enormous amount of construction, whether it's for BART, for a giant spaceship in Cupertino, for an enormous amount of corporate development all along 101, certainly a lot of housing in North San Jose. All these projects are happening at once, driving up materials costs, driving up labor costs, and it is challenging for everyone to be able to make it through the window, to be able to get cranes in the air. I'm grateful in this case that Essex and KT Properties are moving forward with this project. I suspect if we wait another year, we'd see cost escalation such that a project like this may not move forward. And so I think it's important that we appreciate the challenges of being able to get financing for $150 million towers and allow the market to respond as it's going to respond in ways that are clearly beyond our control. For that reason, I'd make a motion to deny the appeal and uphold the determination.
All right, so there are two of these. So is that motion on both appeals and both resolutions?
That's correct.
Okay. And we have a second on that. Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Liccardo touched on one of the questions I had, and that was around the stormwater permit. And at what point, generally speaking, while it may be not us that provides the approval on that or has the approval authority, we also check that, so to speak, and require folks to pursue that, or at least look at it upon occupancy. So is that generally where we would check that box, so to speak, that they have that permit?
Yes, we would want to make sure that that was in place. Just also want to acknowledge that the site development permit itself identified appropriate treatment measures. So from the city's standpoint, we are complying with our municipal regional permit in that the project contains appropriate stormwater treatment measures for all runoff from the project site. And yes, we would expect that the Regional Quality Control Board would go through their decision making while we're under construction. We expect that it will be consistent with our determination as well.
Thank you. And in the permitting process, generally, when do we memorialize the TDM, so to speak, zoning at, and as part of the entitlement process, but when do we usually input those or install those conditions?
So it is a condition of approval, and so we would essentially memorialize that through the building permit process, and we are still going through the building permit process. So while you see some site preparation occurring, we need to make sure that all the permit conditions are complete prior to the issuance of the full building permit for the project.
So you mentioned the building permit process, but in some cases it's zoning or it's general plan changes. So this, traditionally speaking, is more the building permit process?
That's right. We want to make sure, because we've completed the planning permit. That was the site development permit that was approved in March. And so now we're in building permit mode, and we basically go through all of those earlier permit conditions and make sure that they have been completed. Some of them may require a minor permit adjustment, just so we have the record and the documentation of how the applicant has addressed the particular concern or has met that permit condition. And Sylvia herself has been working diligently with the applicant to make sure everything is complete and that we're on track for issuing foundation and then later the full building permit.
Thank you.
Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Can't read with these things on. They're for seeing far. So, Laurel, really quick. So, one of the things that I want to make sure that we are, we are talking about, real CEQA issues and not, and leave this discussion about using CEQA as a way to kill a project to, the legislature. They're dealing with that right now. But what we have in front of us are some legitimate questions and concerns about CEQA. I'll cite two examples. City Hall gets built. Part of the parking mitigation or the traffic mitigation requirement was to provide eco-passes for employees. At least that's what I understand. And I had brought this up when eco-passes were taken away as part of a budget balancing act. So what would be the requirement or the replacement for that mitigation measure for a development that said we're going to use this to satisfy that requirement under CEQA, and it's taken away? And the reason why I'm asking that is the similar expectations are being made of this development to use eco passes or equivalent broad spectrum transit passes, which I would assume would be flipper cards, and those being subsidized for the residents, what would the requirement be?
Well, I think the whole City Hall issue is a separate matter, and we actually did put out an information memo a couple of years ago that addressed the environmental mitigation, and I'd be happy to forward you the link so that way you can see how we connected the dots to ensure that we are in compliance with the environmental clearance that was done and defended for the City Hall complex. Very quickly, again, we're looking at a combination of techniques: parking reductions, access to transit, bicycle parking, secured bicycle parking, the showers that are downstairs. All of those things work together to encourage staff in this building and hopefully residents of the future One South Market to consider alternative modes of transportation. So it's really not one particular solution. It's not just about the Echo Pass. It's really how do these combination of measures work together to allow the individual to make the choice of, am I going to drive today, or am I going to ride my bike or walk or take transit, et cetera. So we really look at transportation demand management as that package and that menu of choice, because we can't predict which option is going to be best for that particular consumer.
But when the mitigation is actually in a document, and it says here, implement a transit incentive program for residents, including eco passes or equivalent broad spectrum transit passes and or subsidized transit passes for local transit systems, which to me would, because I would think these documents might be for someone off the street also to say, that's bringing a lot of people downtown. I wonder how they're dealing with the extra traffic. And if they could pull these documents up and, thumb through it and find that and say, oh, okay, people are going to get subsidized transit passes so that they don't have to drive a car or own a car if they don't want to, because the fact that they're living downtown requires whoever built that to deal with the potential traffic impact. That would lead someone to believe that you are requiring them to get eco passes. Someone had brought up the question, and it might have been Mr. Wall. What happens? Is that in perpetuity, or what happens if 5 years down the road the developer says, it's a bad economy, we're going to take the eco passes away? Then what becomes the mitigation when this was part of the MND?
So let me just clarify again, and I'm going to focus on One South Market because really that's the item before you today. There's a distinction between the environmental clearance and the parking requirement that's in our zoning code. So in terms of the eco passes and the transportation management, there is no environmental impact in terms of transportation. There is no mitigation needed for transportation. So it's not an environmental impact. It is not mitigation. It is, however, part of the package that's required to meet our zoning code standards with respect to parking requirements. So it is not an environmental issue, as Sylvia identified in her opening comment. So we want to make sure that the record is very clear. Are we talking about the city's parking requirements and how we meet that? Or are we talking about a potential environmental impact? And we're not talking about an environmental impact, and therefore there is not a mitigation measure that's required.
So then why put it in the mitigated neg deck then? Why is that language in there?
Councilmember, if I may, the city's general plan includes a greenhouse gases reduction strategy, which outlines measures that could be proposed by the city, or voluntary measures, I'll say, that can be proposed by the city for a project. So the transportation demand management program that is cited in the mitigated negative declaration isn't something that's required by CEQA, but it actually goes beyond CEQA in that the project is pretty much going above and beyond what's actually required.
And so basically it's to satisfy our standards, which you're telling me is higher than CEQA.
Correct.
Okay,
it's not
so
a CEQA requirement.
So then what are we doing to ensure that in the future, the developer or the property owner is going to make sure that our high standards to become the greenest city in America are not going to be compromised. Because if that's part of the mitigated neg deck, then, I mean, that should be our standard, and we shouldn't say, well, you know what, CEQA's not requiring it, so if they don't do it, no harm, no foul. Because then that's not right. And I know we're focusing on 1 South Market, but I still have a bad taste in my mouth on where the old Palomar used to be. We're still waiting for some mitigation on that, on the historical part, where they were supposed to have a tribute to some of the operations that had happened there before, and that still hasn't happened. And that was part of CEQA, and they still haven't done it. And so, again, we have these standards, yet we're not and I get the economic impact, and it's a great development, but, there's still the respect that we have to pay for, for some of the, in that case, historical, activities that happened there, and in this case, wanting to keep to our standards of being a very green city. And so, that's what's, what I'm grappling with, and why it's, and why it's, why it's not such a, a clear cut, well, it's just, it's just another way of getting around CEQA, or using CEQA to kill a project. I don't think that's what we're dealing with. We're using CEQA's being used, or in our case, our high standards are being used to make sure that it's a superior development in our city.
And we share that goal of making sure that we maintain that high standard and that we become the greenest city in America, all of those good things. Just quickly on Palomar Ballroom, they have now sent to the fabricator the actual historic exhibit, and we expect that it will be completed within 8 weeks and then installed shortly thereafter. The carrot that we're holding over their heads, or probably they would think of it more as a stick, is that they do not get temporary certificates of occupancy. So there are about 28 units that are being held up until they perform. So we do have some tools in the toolkit, if you will, to try and make sure that our applicants do fully comply, and we're working, with the current property owner to make sure that exhibit gets installed. I think in this case, we are very excited about 1 South Market. We want it to be a success, and I think the investors want it to be a success as well. They know that if they cannot sell or rent those units because of EcoPass or other transportation problems, they're going to have a larger problem on their hands. So it's really to their market necessity to make sure that people can access the project, park their cars if they have them, or access transit or other things. So we think the market will help us ensure compliance with the permit. And we have tools if they don't, through code enforcement, order to show cause, not getting certificates of occupancy, et cetera.
Which we rarely use. We rarely bring order to show cause to the planning commission or to council. The other thing that I have real concerns about, and it's an overall issue, and this just happens to be, sticking out like a sore thumb, is, the continuing of not having affordable housing downtown. North San Jose, all of the housing units have all been taken up. And very few, if any, are affordable, especially as you get closer to where, all the tech businesses are. And again, we need to have, all different types of housing stock, in all parts of the city, including downtown. Downtown shouldn't be looked at as an exclusive place for folks that are, that are doing very, very well in their careers and want to live that downtown lifestyle. Everyone should, there's all kinds of different kinds of workers, and, folks should have an opportunity to be able to live downtown in a mid-rise, in a high-rise, or in a, on 12th Street, in an old Victorian. So that's my comments.
And just to remind the council again, as part of the high-rise incentive package, there is already provisions that allow for a unique set of incentives pertaining to affordable housing for downtown. So that policy discussion and decision was made, back in May of 2012, I believe. and has now, or earlier, and has now, being implemented through this project. So it's implementing that larger policy decision that council decided earlier.
Councilmember KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor. And actually, enjoyed the discussion, believe it or not. It reminds me of some of the late nights we had on Planning Commission on some of the appeals on CEQA, and regardless of how we got there, we still had to sit through it and take the appeals seriously. Oftentimes it was a competing business or neighbors that didn't want a development in their backyard, or in this case, there might be other motivations, and I think that's why CEQA is being reviewed in Sacramento, sitting on 6+ regional boards, most which have to do with transportation and such. I look very forward to CEQA eventually getting updated in a way that may not allow for appeals, but we have, through many instances, through the appeals process, found ways to improve upon projects or mitigate projects in a way that maybe we otherwise wouldn't have. And so there are, in some cases, some positive outcomes, even through the cumbersome process that currently exists. And the issue was brought up by by a speaker and further brought up by the mayor and others, is the issue of local hiring, and if that's the true motivation. And although I know that there are restrictions constitutionally in general, I do also know that there are other jurisdictions that have found ways to have some kind of policy. San Francisco, about almost 2.5 years ago now, we talked about the cranes up in San Francisco, started their own local hire policies, which are some of the most ambitious, far-reaching policies on local hire in the nation. I believe they apply to city projects. That's what, Rick, I just want to make, since it was brought up, I just want to...
I haven't looked at San Francisco in a while, but in this issue, quite frankly, it was something front and center about 7-8 years ago, and we had done a lot of research. And San Francisco at the time was unique. They had made a study and had done and made findings that showed that doing business in the city and county of San Francisco put businesses at a competitive disadvantage because of the cost. And therefore, there was some justification. Now, I don't know if they also have that as contained in their charter. I'd have to go back and revisit those issues. But those are public works projects, not a private project like this one.
Yeah, no, and that was my understanding as well. And I'm confident we could probably make some of the similar arguments in terms of the competitiveness of having a business in San Jose versus Stockton or Tracy or Sacramento or Modesto or Bakersfield, where we have a lot of these contractors come in and take up jobs that otherwise would be happily done by San Jose residents, or at least those in Santa Clara County, all of whom are much more likely to contribute their hard-earned money in the city of San Jose or the surrounding region. And so I just bring that up because it certainly was brought up as an issue. I do have a question about what we're voting on regarding, because it is something that's unique, which is the vesting tentative map. I believe, as has been mentioned, the project's already underway, so the entitlements for the project to go forward have already been approved. I, of course, expressed my concern for the need of incentives for residential development as we're coming out of an economy and as we're seeing, a $150 million plus project, the need for incentives to build residential versus industrial development, and that it's the amount of money it amounts to essentially just becomes a gift of taxpayer money on a project that otherwise that the amount that they're going to get from the incentive on a project of that size wouldn't necessarily have the impact on them being able to get financing, as opposed to maybe in 2009 or 10, coming out of the recession, has been referred to by others, many others. There's a lot of construction going on. The markets are turning around and have, maybe not as quickly as we like, but they certainly are, as opposed to industrial, commercial development versus residential, which is a pure profit development. We know that this development was, the entitlements were gained by a different party and then secured by the current party that's building the development. That being said, I want to make clear what it is we're voting on, because I certainly want to be consistent with my previous decisions regarding my concerns about a development getting a taxpayer incentive for residential purposes. And so the vesting tentative map has to do with the capacity or the allowance to subdivide and sell as condos. And is this something that is commonly done? Is this something that was not anticipated and now is being anticipated based upon the development being underway?
Councilmember, we see maps in a lot of different forms. Oftentimes, a developer will anticipate earlier on that they might have a future interest in selling individual units, so we would concurrently process both the site development permit and the map together. In this case, it ended up being separated by a few months. And it is, again, up to the operator in terms of how they wish to proceed. This does provide flexibility if they choose to rent the units in the short term and then ultimately sell, or go right into sale immediately. So building the building to condominium standards up front is definitely a better way to go, because then we know which building codes apply, and there's certainty that the building meets all those condominium standards. So we've seen it done in different ways. In this case, it ended up being a two-step process.
Yeah, and I know there have been other situations like with the 360 where it was a different scenario where it went from sale to rental, so it was a completely different model than was approved. And I think in that case it was redevelopment funds and such that were also used, so there had to be a change from this, a formal change made. Now, in approving this, since the entitlements have already been made and, as mentioned, construction's underway, by not approving by not approving it, it would simply have to do with the manner in which the units are being built and ultimately either sold or marketed, as opposed to just, in other words, denying this doesn't stop the project. It's already being built. It's already been entitled by the council. It's just a matter of the type of unit that is contemplated.
That's correct. It may, if, for example, the council decides to uphold the appeal and deny the vesting tentative map, the builder could still build to condominium standards. They just would not be able to sell the individual units until a map was approved.
Okay, I see. And on some of the concerns that were raised and regarding, I think most of the questions were asked by other council colleagues or were already addressed by staff, and so I appreciate that. One had to do with the issue of the biofilters. Can you just elaborate on that? I don't know if it was specifically addressed after the comments from the speakers.
So stormwater is a very complex topic, but the short version is that our municipal regional permit allows urban infill to actually have some more flexibility in terms of how we treat stormwater, with the idea that urban infill is actually good for the environment. So we do calculations and we figure out what the best treatment methods are. What this particular project is doing essentially is treating more than the minimum required under the municipal permit. So they're using biotreatment as well as some other treatments to make sure that they can meet our regional permit. So there's some technical details, but suffice it to say that this does go beyond the minimum in terms of our stormwater permit.
Okay, and that's in parallel to some of the transit development plans and so on that actually goes beyond what you would otherwise require?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, well, thank you, and since it's one motion on all of it, I'm likely to vote consistently to how I voted on the project, but I do hope that it's successful. And I think that ultimately in the long term with BART coming there, I think that location is going to allow for far more people to not want to have a parking spot. I mean, I think we see that in so many other places. I know that there are folks, for example, that the buildings that are built around the Caltrain stop in San Francisco, 4th and Townsend, there are a lot of people I know up there that don't have cars because they live a block away from the Caltrain stop. I think with BART, you see that even magnified even further. And so I think we just don't know when it's going to happen because obviously with the funding and so on. But, you know, if it's a building like this is built, it's not just built for the next 2 or 3 years, it's built for decades. And so I think as BART comes in, it'll make it a viable option to actually be able to not have a vehicle. As crazy as it sounds for most of us that have grown up here, I think that we're actually seeing projects where that it's a realistic possibility now in some of the newer projects.
We still have some councilors who want to speak on this item. Looking at the rest of the agenda and the clock, I'd like to defer the audit of the Creedy abatement until next week. So we'll come back to that. I don't want to take up in the middle of this, but just to let everybody know, if you wondered why Sharon Erickson left, I'm going to ask the council to defer that when we get to it, or when we get done with this item. We'll look at the rest of the schedule. Councilmember CAMPOS.
Yeah, and I also want to concur with the mayor and his thoughts about how CEQA is being used. I hope the media picks up on this because we have two separate examples of how CEQA is being abused to stop projects right here in our agenda today. I mean, it's being used as an anti-competitive thing, and it's being used by, you know, I'd love to have the employees from San Jose get jobs here, but this is not the reason CEQA was put in place. It's supposed to protect our environment. It has nothing to do with jobs and where they come from. And I think the fact is we're trying to save the environment by building up higher and stop urban sprawl and protect our hillsides, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to go forward on our vision, our green vision, and that's why I voted for this project. I think it's a great idea, and I think the fact is, again, I'm hoping that our state assembly members and our state senators are looking at proceedings like these and seeing how the CEQA, how CEQA is being abused, because it's astonishing that two separate items here on our agenda have to do with are crying out for CEQA reform, and I want to encourage the rest of my colleagues to move forward on this. This makes sense for this project makes sense for the environment. It makes sense for our city, and we already voted to approve it. So I'm hoping we go forward and deny this appeal. Thank you.
Councilor Chu.
Thank you, Mayor. I got a question for the city attorney regarding to the local hired. Since the city is putting out a significant amount of incentives, so can we tie the local hired with the city incentive?
That's something we could look at. I mean, we don't have such a program in place now, so no. But if the council wanted staff to come back with a review of under what circumstances could you require a local, whether it be a public works contract or a private contract, if it's tied to some kind of incentives, that's something we could talk about. But that's local and that's not union, and that's a very different issue.
Right.
So, but that's the type of thing we could look at if council desired.
Okay. So this is something that I need to probably go through the rules to have a discussion?
That or the priority setting session, yes. I think that's probably the best vehicle.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. And to the developer, I wonder, do you have a provision for the electronic car charging system in your parking garage? If somebody have all electrical cars, will it be able to rent or buy an apartment and be able to charge my?
Let's see if staff knows the answer to that based on what's been filed for. If not, we'll have the developer come down and answer that question.
We do have minimum electrical charging station requirements in our parking ordinance right now. And
only apply to downtown?
They are citywide, and so we would need to pull up the actual code to see what applies to this particular development for downtown.
Well, that's just to my surprise. I remember I have a memo requested to rules, and it got killed by my colleagues in the rules committees. But we do later on incorporate it. That Pierluigi remembers that. But we do have in our code that for the high risers, we should put at least ask the developer to provide to reserve some space and room to maybe later on add some more transformers and breakers to accommodate the all electrical vehicles.
We would have to, I'd have to study the code and get back to you specifically, but my recollection is that this was motivated more from the building code changes that the state adopted and that therefore we are implementing through our building division. So the Cal Green codes are now in effect, and with all of the energy conservation measures that are required by state building codes, I believe by default then we have to provide some amount of electrical charging or other alternative fuel vehicle parking as part of in order to meet the state requirements.
Oh, that's good to know. Please let me know your finding. Thank you very much. The appellant stated that we're not putting this project on the level playing field with the other projects in the downtown. Could staff comment on that?
Well, again, the council has made previous decisions about incentive packages to incentivize high-rise development in the downtown.
Well, I just meant the TDMs, the stormwater permits, and also the runoff on-site treatment. Do we have the same requirement to other downtown or developers in the city of San Jose?
Right, so the municipal regional permit that we have to comply with in terms of stormwater identifies specific areas, not just downtown, but other transit-friendly areas that can also use alternative treatment methods to encourage infill development and transit-friendly development. So yes, there are places other than the downtown that can benefit. Our outlying areas that are close to the edge of the city, they are not eligible, which makes sense because that's not really a place where we're encouraging a lot of development anyway. So there is alignment with the regional agencies to try and focus growth in the right places, and our stormwater permit reflects that, consistent with our own general plan and other ordinances. And again, the parking incentives and the parking requirements that our council has put in place for our local city are driven more by use and then also specific locations close to transit, including but not limited to the downtown area.
Good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Matt.
I think this concludes the council discussion. We have a motion on the floor to deny 2 appeals and approve the resolutions as outlined in the staff report. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? I count 1, 2 opposed, 2 opposed. KALRA and CAMPOS opposed, so the motion carries. Now, as I mentioned earlier, looking at the clock and the agenda, I'd like to request the council defer item 5.3, the graffiti audit report, until next week. We have a motion to defer that for a week. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's what we'll do. So I think the rest of the items we can get done before 6 p.m. I'm optimistic. Always. Item 4.4 would be next. That's the agreement with CH2M Hill Engineers and Mark Thomas Company in GHD Inc. for city trails work. We have a motion to approve those items. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Not opposed. Those are approved. Item 4.5 is a report on the San Jose Environmental Innovation Center project.
No presentation from staff available for questions.
So this is a return back from our previous action to be prepared to answer our questions on the follow-up report. Any questions or comments from the council? Is there any action we need to take? So if there are no questions, there's no report to approve. Councilmember KALRA.
I just, shame on us for going with Applegate Johnson. That's all I'm going to say on this, because we've all talked about this a lot. I didn't vote for it.
The link to the comments, I think, was the reference to the record.
Let me keep going.
So we have a staff report, so I think we have a motion to approve the staff report. Councilmember Herrera.
No, I just want to say staff's really worked very hard to mitigate the difficulty with this vendor. They've done a great job at Fire Station 24. That's going to be opening soon, and it's you know, that vendor is an unmitigated disaster. It's absolutely true, but I just want to not lose the sight of the fact that our staff's been doing a really good job trying to mitigate under these circumstances. And I think the experience you've already had, and you can speak on that, Dave, if you want to. I think because you guys have had some experience now with a few of these, I'm hoping that that experience is going to help you meet the deadline so that we can get this thing open by January, because it's important that we get the project open and keep our tenants that have already committed to it. I think it's going to be a very important project, and we know there's bumps in the road, big bumps, but if you want to comment on that.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Dave Sykes, Director of Public Works. We are committed to continuing on with the project despite Applegate's departure. And so we are currently working with the surety on a plan to hopefully complete that project in the December-January timeframe. Obviously, still some challenges ahead for us, but we're going to continue to do our best on it.
Councilmember Liccardo.
Thanks, Mayor. Just one question about the surety and their investigation. I know fortunately we don't do this a lot, but in our experience, how long do these surety investigations typically take before they come out with some determination?
Well, you're right, we don't have a lot of experience, but in this particular case, they've more or less completed their investigation, and now we're currently discussing with them on terms for moving forward with the project.
Okay. Well, I just want to express my enthusiasm for any amount of, I mean, if they're not forthcoming in terms of fulfilling their obligations, I would be enthusiastic about commencing any litigation, whether it's bad faith or any other basis that we might have.
Yeah, and we're looking at that. I can safely say, and I think Dave has more experience in this, but we've had a few cases, the animal shelter, the library in Berryessa, where the sureties had to step in. The good news is usually you've got somebody with money behind there, and it may just be a battle as to how quickly it can get done or how much you're going to fight over who's going to pay what. So, but the staff is on top of it to echo the council members' comments.
A motion to accept the report. I have no cards from the public to speak on the motion. All in favor? Opposed? Not opposed. Motion is, Mr. Wall, did you want to speak? I'm sorry, I don't have a card.
Sir, there should be a card for that.
Well, actually, I have a lot of cards from you, and it's possible they got shuffled. So.
Well, I would imagine how this one could get shuffled. Now let us talk about this Environmental Innovation Center. First of all, I have no problems. It could have been a lot worse if it wasn't for our Director of Public Works, and the Deputy Director of Public Works could be exponentially worse, and I thank you for your efforts. But let's start back how this whole program started. General Services years ago conveyed the property at Los Plumas to the Housing Department for a harebrained emergency housing shelter. They apparently entertained a contractor to come in to see if it was feasible. The place was so contaminated and the cost of conversion for human habitation was so great, that project was shelved. Housing then went ahead and hired a real estate appraisal, a private real estate appraiser to come in to appraise the property. That figure came back at $4.5 million for the property. Somewhere along the line, the Environmental Services Department expressed an interest in the property as the Housing Department put this property on the market. They had one interested party to the property. Apparently, they found out it was contaminated and walked away from it. Environmental Services Department which nests within that accursed department, a joint powers authority known as the Water Pollution Control Plant, expressed a financial interest in the property and bought it from the housing department. Now, how does one city department get a property conveyed to them? It's a contaminated property. Then they pawn it off on a joint powers authority who buys it, both of which have allocated funds for environmental remediation. But above all, Mr. Mayor, the money that came from it came from what I discussed earlier, the finance department's tremendous job, by the way, investing off of the plant income fund through the sewer service and use charge. They amassed an $18 million war chest that the funds were just allowed to ride and not reconciled.
Sorry, your time is up. That concludes public testimony on this item. We have a motion to accept the staff report. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. The motion is approved. Our next item is 5.2, a status report on grant and bond-funded recreation capital projects. We'll have a staff presentation on this.
Thank you, Matt Cano, Deputy Director, Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services, and with me today is Mary Beth Harris, our Division Manager. In June of this past, in June, we submitted a report to the Neighborhood Services and Education Committee regarding an update our grant and bond-funded program. That report was cross-referenced to the City Council today in order to gain your approval or feedback on the criteria that we're using to select the bond softball site. That is our last remaining project in the Measure P bond. I'll go through this quickly, but I can come back to these slides. There we go. We're currently looking at 6 sites citywide for possibly locating the bond-funded softball site. They are Alviso Park, Arcadia site south of Eastridge Mall, Columbus Park in the Guadalupe River Park and Gardens, the Santa Clara County Fairgrounds, Shady Oaks Park off of Highway 101 in Council District 2, and Singleton Landfill off of Capitol Expressway. The criteria that we presented to the Neighborhood Services and Education Committee that was cross-referenced to Council today is location and access, ownership costs, financial sustainability, economic development, and constructability. Oops, sorry. The next steps are for us to complete our assessment of all the 6 sites based on that criteria. We're progressing quickly, and we plan on finishing that assessment the end of this month in early September. We would then, in October, proceed to the Parks and Recreation Commission and the Neighborhood Services and Education Committee with our recommendations, and then to the City Council subsequently in late October. I definitely realize it's been 13 years since the citizens passed Measure P. I'm pleased that we've completed 94 of the 95 projects. However, I do know that it is time for us to deliver on the softball complex, and we are working extremely hard to solidify the site for that complex within the next few months and come to you with that recommendation. I also did want to mention for the Singleton site, we had a separate but parallel action to evaluate that site to see if Big League Dreams, to see if we could have a partnership with the Big League Dreams organization. We've been analyzing that site with them. At the June NSC meeting, I did report that Big League Dreams determined that retail along Capitol Expressway was probably not feasible for them at this time, but they were still evaluating whether a standalone softball complex could be placed there. They've preliminarily told us that they don't think it will work for them for softball either, based on the difficulty of constructing a complex on the landfill. We are still evaluating that along with the other 6 sites, and we'll come back to you with our recommendations, as I mentioned earlier, in October. With that, we'd be happy to take any questions that you may have.
Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. I was on the committee where we heard this item, and I believe it was one of possibly a request of mine to have this item cross-referenced. Given the time going through all the issues that were raised at the committee level, I don't think is appropriate. You spoke to a few of them in terms of the delay. The last council action on this was December, so it's been 8 months, and I think there was some concern raised by my colleagues at the committee level of the lack of progress to date, given the 8 months that we've had. You talked a little bit about September, I believe, returning to the committee and having some recommendations on the site selection.
We'll be finishing up our staff work towards the end of August and the first week in September. That would probably be too late to come to the NSE committee in September, so we're currently planning on coming to the Parks Commission for their October, first Wednesday of October, and then to the NSE the second Thursday of October.
Okay.
So the staff report would be released in September for the Parks Commission meeting.
Okay, and then whatever committee direction comes from there, and then council November, December. So again, it just leads to the original point I made. That's a year, and that's a lot of time lost, well, not lost, spent, I guess, doing work, depending on how you look at it. I just really want to reiterate my opinion that I'm sure hoping that come these dates that we're in a position to make a decision to move forward, not looking for further direction or not looking for further whatever that may be. I guess my expectation is that we're doing the analysis at a level that's going to be comprehensive enough for us to make a decision. And I'm really concerned about the delay, and I understand I already reiterated that now and then previously at the committee. So again, as a matter of time interest, I'm going to stop there, and thank you for the report.
Councilor Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor. Matt, on your presentation, you had a variety of criteria and how to choose the site. Would one criteria, so I just understand this correctly, this is the softball complex that we discussed maybe 5 months ago that was partnered with an outside entity that's like a Big League Dreams. Is this the same one?
Yes, to clarify, this is the softball complex we've been planning for several years as part of the Measure P program. And in addition to evaluating these 6 sites, we're also looking at whether a specific partnership with the Big League Dreams organization at Singleton would work.
And then considering that, you know, you have a variety of items for, so number 4 on economic development, will that take into consideration, for example, if the site selected is within the city of San Jose versus within a county pocket? Because at these locations tends to be a lot of sales of beverages and food and all that type of stuff. And if the site selected is in a county pocket, like the fairgrounds, there won't be any sales tax for the city of San Jose. So is that considered in part of the assessment as part of number 4?
We are talking about that, and I'm not sure whether we would include that in number 3 or number 4, but we would probably likely include that in number 4.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Liccardo.
Just to clarify, Matt, the reasons for Singleton being inappropriate, is it because of the instability of the soil or because of the need for remediation?
We still haven't gotten a lot of details from Big League Dreams on why they feel that it won't work for them for softball. They have said because it's the landfill, so we're not quite sure whether they feel that it's the instability or the cost for the environmental approval. So for now, I'm calling that a preliminary finding from them, and we're looking at getting more details and finalizing that.
Okay. Yeah, I think about other locations like Story Road landfill, obviously similar challenges. It would be really helpful to have the results and facts from their investigation really be able to help us understand what, if anything, we can do on these landfill sites.
Okay.
Thanks.
Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. I forgot to ask a follow-up question. That was shared with me a memo from the county. It was an update on this item, the referral from us to the county to have some discussions about the fairgrounds. And the memo, just generally to surmise it, was that we haven't had any real discussions with the city or any proposals, so to speak. I understand, was Field of Dreams or Big League Dreams?
Big League Dreams.
Is that we were at one point talking with them significantly, so I understand why we might have not spent a good amount of time on the fairgrounds item, but I would have also, again, it's been 8 months, and to see that staff report, and I think it was just 2 weeks ago, state that we really haven't had any discussions with the city or any proposals from the city. Can you talk about the next steps for you on that side of the discussion?
Sure, thank you. So we have met with the county economic development department, as well as the economic development officer, I think that's Bruce Knopf's title, as well as the parks department. We have shared with them at that meeting layouts and possible configurations of softball facilities. In addition, I have had several conversations with Mr. Knopf most recently as of today, and then some email exchanges last week. One of the, they are still in their master planning process for the fairground sites. One of the key items that's going to be, that we need to discuss with the county where we haven't come to terms yet is on how much it could cost us to be at the fairground site. That's something that Mr. Knopf and I are still discussing. There's not going to, we don't anticipate an extreme amount of revenue to be generated from this facility. And so that will be a key factor for that site.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Herrera.
Thank you, Mayor. And Matt, thank you for the report and for, appreciate the criteria. And I guess I'm wondering, are you going to have any particular weighting of these, or is there going to be any further detail in terms of what that criteria will mean? Will that be fleshed out, or that we'll get to know about before you do the analysis?
We will likely, we'll be discussing that more at the staff level, and we will likely weight some of the more critical ones. But part of it too is that to fill this out and rate them and use it as a tool to help us make our decision, to see if there's any critical flaws with any of the sites specifically. And so the short answer is that we will probably likely use some weighting, but then ultimately that will be a recommended weighting to the City Council when we're making our recommendation.
Appreciate that. And I too want to see this move forward. It's taken a long time, but these kinds of things often do. So I'm hoping that that we can move forward on a timely basis. And I think sticking with these criteria are going to surface the projects that are going to be most likely to be able to be moved forward. And I don't expect we'll get the perfect project, but I hope that we'll get a project that meets these criteria in such a way as it can be constructed and this thing can get done in a timely basis.
I have some requests to speak. I'll take that at this time. Mr. Wall.
It's to Singleton landfill. Has there been any core samples taken, let's say 100 feet down, 200 feet down, to find out what type of pollutants you have? The question here is that downward force from a development could possibly push contaminants into the water table. And so that would be one point that I would look at. I'd rule the landfills out completely. With reference to Columbus Park, Mr. Mayor, you as a pilot, ask yourself a question. A passenger aircraft coming in at 130 knots, approximately 100 feet off the deck, could a softball go into one of their engines and bring down a jet aircraft just before approach? They got about 2 seconds before they hit the runway. I would not think Columbus Park is set up for any type of baseball or football or anything else outside of gardening. Thank you.
That concludes public testimony. Any additional questions or comments from the staff? We have a motion to accept the report. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Report's accepted. Taking us to our next item, which will be 7.1, San Jose Municipal Water Systems 2013 Public Health Goals Report on Water Quality. We have a motion to accept the report. I have one request to speak. Mr. Wall.
The fecal coliforms indicator studies is routine throughout wastewater as well as drinking water analysis. Now, the fecal contamination fecal coliform contamination that was outlined in the report was basically attributed to not flushing lines or hydrants. Those things can happen. I think municipal water is very well run and maintained. There are questions, though, about why, or a decision as to why, North San Jose is omitted from the fecal coliform testing because there's only a scant 10,000 hookups, and somehow that escapes some form of parameter to permit fecal coliform testing. And that is the purpose of why I mentioned today, is that I don't understand why any service area that municipal water serves, that they don't all receive the same level of drinking water analysis. I have no complaint about municipal water. I think that it's one of the gems in the city's overall portfolio. It's unfortunate it's underneath the Environmental Services Department, which in itself is a contamination for another day, for another discussion. Thank you.
That concludes public testimony. We have a motion to accept the report. One more card. Mr. Trout.
If I had, given you a glass of tea or whatever, and it was full of poison, and somebody found out that I poisoned you to kill you, I would be arrested, and rightfully so, of course. And I was listening to Alex Jones. I don't know how many of you listen to him. He's the best talk show host there is. Well, he's actually tied for first with Stan Monteith on RadioLiberty.com. It's a neck-and-neck race with Alex Jones on Infowars.com, and then Stan Monteith on RadioLiberty.com. But, fluoride is a poison, and we shouldn't be putting poison in water. They have a skull and bones when they dump it in the water, and the Nazis are on record as using fluoride to dumb down the prisoners and make them more compliable. And, it's really atrocious. In many districts, they're putting this stuff in, and I believe it's part of a conspiracy to kill people. I mentioned the last time I was here, I could barely walk, my bad back, but remember when I mentioned about Infowars.com with Melissa Melton and Bill Gates and the vaccinations? It's part of a eugenics program. Bill Gates is so wily, he pretended like he didn't know what the word eugenics meant when Melissa Melton locked horns with him. That was so touche. If you want to watch that, you should Google that. But he not only he pretended that he didn't know about, what the word eugenics meant, but he did not at all deal with the 48,000 permanent paralyzed people in India directly linked to his vaccinations. But the water, vaccinations, GMO foods, it's all part of a plan to reduce the population. It really is. Dr. Stan Monteith actually drove down to Elberton, Georgia. There's these big, huge plaques where it says the number one of the 10 commandments is to reduce and maintain the world's population at 500,000. Jacques Cousteau mentioned that we have to kill, well, he didn't use the word kill, but 350,000 people a day. I know Barbara Simpson on KSFO 560 used to work for him. But how much time do I have left?
Time's up. That concludes public testimony. Ross, you want to talk about drinking water? Yes. Okay, that's what we're doing here.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, nice to see you back. I miss most of you. Talking about the drinking water, I'm not a part of the San Jose Municipal Drinking Water. I live in District 1, and years ago, it wasn't too long ago, maybe 3 at the most, and listening to Mr. Trout talk about our poison water, it's contrary to what Reader's Digest printed a couple of years ago, wasn't it too long ago, that San Jose has one of the healthiest drinking waters in the United States. So I think we should be very proud of our municipal water, and thinking that there might be something wrong with it. Of course, we perform tests of all kind periodically, and the tests come up good. So I think that our San Jose Municipal Water Company is in good shape, and I think you're doing a good job trying to keep it there. Again, I say one of the healthiest drinking waters in the United States. Thank you.
That concludes public testimony. Councilmember Liccardo.
Just a quick question for staff. With regard to the chloroform readings, I'm just unclear. I recognize that it's often difficult to understand what's happening because the chloroform bacteria is really just a marker for what may be other pathogens or may not be. And I'm trying to understand, are there specific actions we're taking to, or that are being taken by Muni Water to reduce those readings to something we consider safe?
Okay. Jeff Provenzano, Municipal Water System. If I understand the question correctly, what type of actions are we doing to eliminate or reduce those positive results?
Yes, I mean, is this prompting some response from us?
Oh, it does. And so a coliform is a non-harmful bacteria. It's more of a signal that something more harmful may be in the water. Right. So when we see that, it triggers us to go out. There is a regulatory process that we need to follow when any retailer gets any coliform positive sample, and so we follow those procedures. It's resamples, flushing, disinfection. There's a whole list of steps that we need to perform until there are no more coliform positive samples in the water.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand. It's a little obscure from the text here. Clearly, there's an indication that some positive results are the result of sample contamination. We don't think that was the case here, do we?
You don't know. Since the coliform are not pathogens,
right?
You don't know. It could be from vegetative matter in the system, like algae, biofilm around the side. It could be from the bottle itself that we get from the lab. It could be from a sampler's hands, a sample procedure. There's hundreds of different variables that could go into it. And it's such a minute and easy thing to kind of come up with a positive, a false positive, that you just keep going, and you also test the water for pathogens. And so, but you need to keep going until there are no more coliform positive samples.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand if there's some more systemic action that's being taken other than just resampling.
Oh,
because
absolutely.
in 7 out of 36 months we have positive readings or readings that are of concern, right? And so if members of the public come to us and say, hey, we're really concerned about chloroform bacteria and what that may indicate about other pathogens in the water, how can we say any action's being taken? What do we do in response?
So for these two examples in this report, we had positive hits in the Edenvale system and the Coyote system.
Right.
When we have those samples and we have that positive hit, we go back out, we resample, and then resample on both sides of that to determine the results. And then we start flushing, and then we perform disinfection of the system, and that will clear it up. And at the same time, we're coordinating with EPA.
And can we say we've done that in this case in those two?
In
locations?
these two, yes.
Okay, great. Thanks.
I think that concludes the council discussion. We have a motion to accept the report. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. Item 7.2 is our next item. That's an agreement with AECom Technical Services for Storm Sewer System. We have a motion to approve. Councilmember KHAMIS.
Yeah, I had a question. I recall actually bringing up this objection on May 21st. Actually, we approved $4.5 million for the study of our storm drains. We're apparently approving another $2.8 million for another study of our sewer pipes as well. And I'm just wondering when we're going to stop studying and start spending on the actual problems that we're having in the pipes.
Thank you for the question, Dave Sykes, Director of Public Works. The previous action was actually for the sanitary sewer system. Today's action is for the storm sewer system. So we have two separate collection systems, one for sanitary waste that comes out of homes and the other for really the capture of rainfall. So this particular agreement is for the storm system, so a completely separate system. I will note that this effort here we are very excited about. Currently the city has no master plan for our storm system, and so which is really puts us in the dark in terms of how to move forward with creating a sustainable system. So this particular agreement will get us a master plan for the storm system and also a computer model that we will be able to use in the future to make decisions about the capital improvement program, about development activity, and a whole host of things.
So let me ask you another kind of a logical question to me. Since this plan is going to be more comprehensive, there's just almost, I would say there's plenty of drainage, sewer drainage pipes as there are. How did you phrase it, the two different ones?
So we have the sanitary sewer system.
Sanitary.
And then the storm system.
And the storm system. Yep. Okay. So how come it costs $4.5 million for one and $2.8 million for the other?
The $4.5 million item had to do with our continuous monitoring of the sanitary sewer system, and that was an ongoing effort that we will continue to do. So our modeling and our master planning for the sanitary is more or less complete, but that particular effort allows us to keep the model current. which is very important. If we're not current with the model, our ability to make decisions from that model get greatly reduced.
Thank you.
Request to speak, Mr. Wall. All right, we have a motion to approve, I believe. We have a motion. We do have a motion. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Motion is approved. Our next item is a joint City of San Jose successor agency, the Redevelopment Agency, and Diridon Development Authority item, actions related to the transfer to the successor agency, real property and assets identified by the California State Controller. I think there's one property on this list. We have a motion to approve. Mr. Wall, you want to speak?
My main objection to this is the subject to the certain option agreement dated November 8th, 2011. Property values, as you know, Mr. Mayor, due to your expertise in real estate law, change. And this option agreement was basically, in my opinion, a gifting of public monies and land to this corporation, the Athletics Investment Group. But besides my opinion on the deal, the main fact is real estate values have changed. I think that option agreement should be renegotiated and put forth to the public to see if the public agrees with the loss of revenue that this option agreement partakes. I mean, Mr. Mayor, we're talking several $1 million here of loss of revenue. I believe it's $18.2 million that were gifted to this athletics group. Not for this one property, but for the properties associated with this option. And I think it should be renegotiated. Thank you.
That concludes public testimony. This is the property at 645 Park Avenue. The motion is to approve the transfer and the actions related thereto. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Motion is approved. Last item, I believe, unless the clerk tells me I skipped one, is the open forum. Ross Signorino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This afternoon and other times, it was gratifying to be on 280 and going underneath that bridge, the railroad bridge, where it was all that graffiti painted on there, and it was so nice to see it clean there. It reminded me of the city of San Jose, what it should look like. And I was trying to think of ways, and I haven't come up with anything outside of putting cameras in hot spots, or maybe some scientists could invent a paint that once it hardens, that nothing will stick on it. Just you can wash off what's ever on there if that's ever possible. Maybe we should get some chemists on this and work on it and see what they can do and come up with a paint that would serve our purpose and many cities throughout the whole United States. I think it'd be a tremendous project, even if you found a technical area park, scientific park, just to work on this project alone. Years ago, the city of Los Angeles, this was years ago, that it cost them $100 million a year just to eliminate the graffiti in Los Angeles. Naturally, the price has gone up, and I'm sure they would love to have a paint that nothing sticks on it. So I think it's something that we should work on, and it's not a frivolous thing that we should think about, but somehow or another we have to stop graffiti. Industries don't want to live in a city, move into a city where they see all this graffiti. It's a sign of lawlessness that we have no control. So we have to take somehow or another, take control of this. Thank you.
Richard Calhoun, Linda Kincaid, David Wall.
Linda Kincaid. For over a year, we've reported elder abuse by the public guardian. Conservatees Giselle Reardon and Lily Scalia were victims of false imprisonment, isolation, and mental abuse at Villa Fontana in San Jose. Summaries of that abuse are contained in my paper on conservatorship in crisis that will be given to you later. A recent civil grand jury report confirmed our concerns about the public guardian. However, San Jose Police Department determined that false imprisonment, isolation, and mental abuse of elders were not crimes. Former Police Chief Moore determined that that department policy was followed when investigation was not performed. Internal Affairs dismissed our policy complaint, and the public guardian was allowed to abuse with impunity. Last year, I met with Lieutenant Michael Knox of Internal Affairs and discussed the need for San Jose PD to develop a policy on mental abuse of elders. I provided information on the rights of conservatees, the Elder Abuse Act, and Penal Code 368. Lieutenant Knox accepted that information to update the duty manual. Unfortunately, the needed information was not included. San Jose PD still does not have a policy on false imprisonment, isolation, or mental abuse of elders. San Jose PD still has no policy on abuse of conservatees. The problem is county-wide. The county's Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Protocol lacks needed information on conservatees' rights, the Elder Abuse Act, and Penal Code 368. Santa Clara County has no policy on false imprisonment, isolation, or mental abuse of elders. Santa Clara County has no policy on abuse of conservatees. Those deficiencies are discussed in our review of the county protocol, which will be given to you later. Advocates request that San Jose develop a policy on elder abuse that is consistent with state and federal law. We ask that San Jose develop a policy on elder abuse that is consistent with international policy on civil rights and human dignity. Thank you.
Richard Calhoun, David Wall, Mark Trout.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. I'm here today as an elder advocate. Unfortunately, elder abuse will never bring out the passionate residents like a creosote railroad bridge over a creek. Guess what? You don't have responsibility for the county PG, but you do have a responsibility for law enforcement for residents of San Jose, whether they're elder or young. And you specifically have a responsibility to take care of those that can't protect themselves, the elders. Just because they're conserved by a county doesn't mean San Jose PD shows up and says, hands off. We have taken our time now, and we've gone up to the state legislature. AB 937 passed the Assembly on a 68-3 vote. It passed the Senate on a 32-1 vote. Guess what? It confirms that isolation of conservatees is not legal. It's time for you to wake up, get your law enforcement to protect these elders. If I took an elder and denied facial tissues, hearing aids, eyeglasses, and had them laying in pain, had them reach out while they were in an assisted living facility, in the highest level of care in that facility, to call 911 because they couldn't get anyone to help them breathe and have to go to an emergency room. That is elder abuse. And that is what this police department said was unfounded and left it alone and said it was not elder abuse, and it went all the way up through internal affairs, your independent police auditor, the chief of police. You as city council need to wake up and start protecting our elders. Thank you for your time.
David Wall, Mark Trout, Tim Gildersleeve.
Fire Station 24 was mentioned today, but it was originally numbered Fire Station 36. However, it is Fire Station 24. What you should be making inquiries is the list of sins of Applegate Johnson Incorporated, not only to Fire Station 24, but Fire Station 19, but specifically issues concerning their steel subcontractor. Now, there's issues of substandard structural steel, welds that were done improperly, the amperage for the welding done improperly, the buckle-resistant braces were manufactured and installed improperly and had to be removed. Once again, if it wasn't for the diligence of Public Works, this place could be worse. But there was also a lot of other punchline items that the city is listed in two areas as creditors against Applegate Johnson in their bankruptcy proceedings that begin August 22nd at the Federal Bankruptcy Court in Modesto, Eastern Division. Now, the two entities are San Jose Public Works Department and the City of San Jose's Environmental Innovation Center. What I want to know is if Fire Station 24, which is in District 8 and should be operational today, is it a death house to our firefighters with reference to seismic being able to withstand an earthquake? Because their seismic contractor also is listed as one of the 322 creditors. Now, in the motions pending before the federal bankruptcy court on Thursday, August 22nd, one is to retain a law firm up in Sacramento, and the other is a motion to limit notice. And I think that is a very poignant issue. The other issue surrounding Applegate Johnson, Mr. Mayor, you should consider, how can contracts be issued? I'll save it for Wednesday. Thank you.
Mark Trout, Tim Gildersleeve.
The assassination of President Kennedy's 50th is coming up, of course, and I'd like to talk about national security. LBJ, who murdered him for reasons of so-called national security, comprised the Warren Commission that was stacked with guys that hated Kennedy. One guy, Kennedy had done his wife. He was like Clinton in that respect. He died in his sins. But there were some things about Kennedy that were noble and good. And LBJ, remember now, for reasons of national security, we hear that a lot, don't we, today? Really, for reasons of his own personal security, he gave us this lie. I remember I was at Our Lady of Mount Carmel, and they told us the president has been assassinated.
Mr. Trout, this is open forum to speak on matters of concern to the city. This is not a free speech zone. That's out on the plaza.
Yes, sir.
Bring it around to something that we have within our jurisdiction.
I realize that, but the nation is made up of cities, and it relates, believe me. If you give me time, I'm going to tie all the ends together. LBJ, he also... he called the planes back when Israel attacked us in 1967, an unarmed spy ship, the USS Liberty. LBJ called back our jets, and we were going to kick Israel's butt, but we couldn't because, LBJ was in on it. All of this is going to come out on the day of resurrection. You're shaking your head. Just Google it. It'll come up. Don't be ignorant all your life, Councilman Campos. But on the judgment day, when Jesus returns, all these secrets and more also are going to be made manifest. And I can't say for sure that November 10th will be the day of judgment, but I can say for sure that November 10th will be 1335 days into the sabbatical cycle, and I can say for sure that November 10th will be 4,444 days from 9/11, which I predicted. My wife testified that I predicted 9/11 a month before it happened. It's the sixth trumpet. Questions?
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Tim Gildersleeve.
Thank you. Mayor Reed, Councilman Constant, members of the council, I come before you in the name of my resurrected and living King, Jesus Christ, of the historical documents of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, rightful ruler of planet Earth. Not saying that he has to be San Jose's king or anybody else's. He is my king, and I believe that the Bible is my personal constitution under the rights of our United States Constitution, rendering unto Caesar's what is Caesar's, and to King Jesus is what is King Jesus's. I don't usually get to be here, so I'm talking about two issues that are kind of old. First, the Samsung semiconductor deal. Really happy about this. To me, this is really showing loving your neighbor as yourself. You're going to help a lot of people. I don't think people really realize what you guys do to have to make that happen, and that a lot of people are going to be able to put food on the table because of that. So I say thank you for that. Second, pension reform, that I don't agree with. I'm among the minority that voted no on it. It is my belief that workers should deal directly with their management. I guess I must admit that I'm limited on my knowledge of this. Measure B circumvents the process of workers dealing directly with the management. Also, I also don't like the growing legal bill that's taking place. I'm concerned about that. I think there's going to be some long-term morale issues as well as a result of this. I don't have access to the negotiations. I do believe negotiations should be open in some format. If I had that access, then I would be able to make a better decision as a citizen. I do believe they should be open. So thank you for listening to me.
That concludes the open forum, concludes our meeting. We're adjourned. That was Ed's idea.